nerderotic.com.
Assemble the accused! Bear witness to their trials. The time of the Inquisition is now at hand. Putting pop culture to the rack, the Inquisition calls to account the events of the week, rooting out heresy wherever it is found. I am Grand Inquisitor Doomcock, the future ruler of Earth, and joining me for tonight's torture is Nerderotic Channel's Grand Inquisitor Gary Beekler. Gary, how are you this fine Oscar night? Are you watching the Oscars?
I'm not.
Oh, no.
Oscar's so woke. I don't need the Oscars. I don't need to see a bunch of rich people cavorting a giant circle jerk of debauchery when I could just watch YouTube. So, no. Hey, welcome everybody to the Inquisition. And we will not be talking about the Oscars. And you guys can, though. You can fill us in on what idiotic things have been said, because I'm sure it's happened. And I know everybody and his mother is live streaming tonight. So I thank you for choosing us as we put pop culture on trial. Now, I'll try to keep an eye out if there was any, flagrant statements that we should probably talk about. But we're going to be talking about Star Trek Picard. We're going to be talking about Doctor Who. We're going to be talking about Birds of Prey, pretty much more the Access Media, how their angle on all of these things. Doctor Who was especially boring tonight, but we're really going to hit Star Trek Picard because, Doomcock and I, this is our only chance to really talk about it together. And there is a lot of other things that we're going to bring up, but I did want to show this tweet. I thought it was pretty funny. Let me get this up here because I don't know if the people at Doctor Who thought this one out, Doomcock.
Well, they're famous for not thinking things out, so that's okay.
No.
Dear.
If you've been affected by any of the issues in tonight's Doctor Who, see what further resources are available here. Welcome to the Inquisition. They should have put a link. Jesus. I don't know what you could have been affected by. I mean, is there a resource for boredom? Is there a resource if your eyes roll too far back in your head and they get stuck? Maybe that's a resource. But other than that, and the doctor showing reverence for our religion, which is funny,
which is swell, doesn't the doctor become more and more mundane and sad every single fucking episode? I mean, this chick cannot get over Earth, just cannot get over Earth, can't get away from Earth. It's always Earth, generally London, but always Earth. So the other week she was very concerned about patent rights. She was very concerned that Tesla get credit and get the proper attention and patents for his primitive ass technology. And, so the Edison won't steal it. She was very concerned about that. Now she's very concerned about, the rights of, particular religions and religious shit. It's just more mundane. Could it get more mundane?
It really can't. It's really gone down the crapper. The ratings have fallen off a cliff. It actually hit 0% on Rotten Tomatoes after they reset the score for the 7th or 8th time. I lost count. I'm halfway through a video on that. That'll probably be out tomorrow, but then something else popped up that was pretty gnarly today. And yeah, it's been, I know this is Oscar night. I coined this as alternate programming. Somebody had a problem with that, of course, but there's a few people out there who have a problem with every single tweet I put out. So that's the way it goes. That's the internet, folks. But yeah, is there a hotline for interminable wokeness? I do not know. There should be. It should be. So let's start out with Picard. This is the Inquisition. We put pop culture on trial. And this last episode of Picard, here's my theory on this, Doomcock. Let me know if you agree with this or not. And if you don't, that's fine, because we're two different, individuals and we don't always agree on everything. But I've noticed with the fractured Star Trek community, it's been divided. All right. What's left of it? I think there's a divide within the divide over Picard because of what you correctly termed as hypnosis. And I think it's purely hypnosis, because this is playing out just like in Alex Kurtzman's Star Trek, but a lot of people are looking at it differently because it has an actual Star Trek star in it, and it's got some musical beats that it hits. It doesn't feel like Star Trek, doesn't look like Star Trek. We have people out there trying to rationalize it, and that's fine. Everybody sees Star Trek differently, and that's okay. And if you like the show, that's fine. I don't care. But this is just my observation. When you and I were covering Star Trek Discovery in the early days, when a lot of us were covering Doctor Who season 11, it reminds me of that. So the first few episodes, we were just clap back like crazy. Game of Thrones, even, remember, we were getting clap back early on, even after the third episode. And then people came around eventually. And, I don't know if that's going to happen with Star Trek Picard, but this isn't my first rodeo as far as covering a show where I just see it as bad. And people have to work your way through it. And do you think I think that there's a lot of that going on. I think it's just hypnosis, because I can't see how you'd like this show, especially the last episode, which was terrible.
Oh no. I mean, it was awful. It was fundamentally a gob of spit in the face of Star Trek fans and Star Trek in general. I mean, it has been an insult to Star Trek all along, but at this point, it's getting very meta, in my opinion. I mean, now Star Trek Picard episode 3 had the normal kind of idiotic plot points and nonsensical narrative, progression, but it also attacked Star Trek fundamentally in subliminal ways. For example, in my review, I talked about Raffi building her goddamn shanty next to a genuine, in our day, national monument. The Vasquez Rocks are a very famous location about 40 minutes outside of Los Angeles. That is notable primarily because that is where they shot a lot of the classic episodes of Star Trek where they would need exteriors that were dramatic. They shot, that was essentially where Captain Kirk fought the Gorn. And it was also used in Free Enterprise because Robert Meyer Burnett recognized how iconic and important to Star Trek the Vasquez Rocks were. And so you've got this idiotic character out in the desert, because there's nothing out there, has built her fucking shanty next to the Vasquez Rocks. And this is essentially what Kurtzman and company have done to Star Trek, is they have basically defiled sacred ground. They have kind of raised and plowed over the real Star Trek and erected their prefab constructions on the site. I felt that was a very pointed and very significant slighting, a very telling kind of symbolic despoiling of the landscape of Star Trek. That's what it felt like to me.
I agree with you completely, especially when there's a point you brought up in your review that I didn't catch at all. I mean, I was wondering why I was there, and specifically the shared mythological universe that was thought up by the Romulans who had been reclaimed to help deal with their trauma. I'm like, what? And maybe that's the thing. But I just thought it was really from left field until you brought up the point of how much we bring that up, and it's almost like they're trolling us at this point. And I went, oh damn. And considering some of the stuff we've seen in the Access media from Kurtzman and company, I don't want to think, I don't want my head to get too big on this stuff, but like our criticism, they hear it. I know they're hearing it. We've heard it from the horse's mouth multiple times. And it just seems like how could a showrunner of a professionally made television show have YouTube critics just stuck in their head? And it's pathetic. It's pathetic. And even more pathetic is the writing. And that's the problem I have with Picard. It's the same problem I have with Star Trek Discovery. It is horrible dialogue. The scenarios are ridiculous, and they're scenarios. That's what they are. They're not even plot points. Picard is following people around, getting yelled at all the time. He's like Sir Patrick Stewart's acting in this. The acting in the last episode was awful by everybody. Raffi calling him JL, so they can make she's closer to him than Riker was, because
the mostest closestest person ever.
And they're just doubling down, and that's and Doctor Who was doing the same thing. So they're just doubling down on the stuff before, what they were doing before, bringing in some more member berries than they did in previous seasons.
And
it's like, guy, they have us in their head when they're writing, and it's obvious at this point, and it's incredible. I can't believe it. It's like, you're a professional, for Christ's sake. Don't listen. Don't listen. I always think, don't listen to anybody. And that's what I've always asked. I think they make these shows and these films now. God, Birds of Prey is the best example of something made for the access media. Mm-hmm. And it's like, don't listen to anybody. I'm not saying listen to us, but just don't listen to them, and stop trying to play to a crowd that just doesn't exist. I'm sure people are watching Picard. I'm sure I know it's more people who are watching Star Trek Discovery, because Sir Patrick Stewart's in it. But it seems like that's fallen off a cliff. Now, I have no way of knowing. I haven't seen the numbers, but I've seen the general interest wane. And I've seen it wane with other people's reviews, positive and negative. And yeah, you could just see the general interest in the show going once people realized that the crew wasn't going to be there. I think a lot of normies, they go about their lives. They're out there working. They don't know if the crew, they just expect the crew to be there, and it's not. And they're like, what?
Yeah.
No. And it's obviously a vanity project, and it's, to where Picard is in the credits, he's standing there next to his name. And it's like, ugh, that's so cringe to me, man. But yeah, those 2 points you brought up were great. I thought, I think they plopped that where they're in, space Bakersfield, or they were practically Bakersfield. And okay, so we're in a futuristic society, and she's in a mobile home. Like, you think the prefabs would be a little better these days.
Yeah.
So she must be really poor, and she's hooked on a drug, and it's Star Trek Discovery all over again. Spock was dyslexic, and Lexi has issues. Picard is a dick in this episode, by the way, just a total dick. Like,
well, pretty much.
Yeah. So, I'm so happy that we're finally moving Star Trek forward, and everybody's an unlikable dick. Everybody except for Soji. She's stunning and brave.
Oh, well, yeah, she's absolutely wonderful. Calling him a Romulan lounge lizard. Jesus Christ. I gotta say, one of the worst things, again, they keep making the same fucking error every single week. And this one, it was particularly painful. We're jumping around, but one of the worst parts of this goddamn thing. Well, God, the whole thing is awful. We can go point by point and talk about how awful it is. But the Romulan attack on his house was such a joke. I can't even. It was so bad, dude. So all these Romulans come charging in, and suddenly the House Romulans go ahead and are doing Tal Shiar badass shit, beating up these guys with phaser rifles who are also supposedly, Black Op Romulans that are, presumably trained. And they're getting their asses handed to them by unarmed domestics. But the funny thing was, first of all, Picard hides behind the table. Did you catch that? He hid behind the table. And did you hear him whimper? He kind of whimpered. Did you hear it?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He kind of whimpered. So. He's hiding out. They're ignoring him because they're getting their asses kicked by the Romulan woman and the, bald Romulan hubby or whoever he is.
The middle-aged, not even middle-aged, getting up there, couple. The elite Section 31 of the Romulan Empire, if whatever it is now. Getting their asses handed to them.
But it gets worse. It gets progressively worse. Okay, so then finally, when the Romulan MILF, the RILF, is about to get smacked, or she gets smacked or something, Picard gets enraged And he grabs his cane and whacks on a Romulan, a helmeted Romulan, with his cane, saying, "Get off my lawn, you damn Romulan." And of course, he takes that cane and shoves it up Picard's ass and then breaks him over his knee and tosses him in the corner. So then, only then, does the Rilf grab a phaser from holstered underneath the desk, and then she starts shooting. And then the guy does the same, and then Picard grabs a phaser from under the table. So he was hiding and whimpering, and then if there was there was a fucking phaser there, why did he go and wail on the guy with a cane? It's just so stupid. It just is so fucking stupid.
It's so stupid. Like,
anyway, why did they even have to? Why did the Rilf have to grab a phaser? Because at one point she grabbed the phaser rifle off of the guy, so she had the Romulan rifle, and she was the Romulan rifleman. And it was go pew pew, but no, somehow then she has to and they were there all the time, and it's just Jesus God Almighty. Whew.
No, what was the day they're like, okay, we're gonna put holsters under all our tables with phasers? Is that we got to do that today before we I don't know, go water the grapes?
Well, it's a smart precaution, but that they forgot that they were there is crazy.
Yeah,
if you're gonna go to the trouble of being paranoid enough that you're gonna stick some phasers underneath the tables, you're not going to forget they're there.
No,
it's a pain. You have to glue them. You have to get the glue gun or magnets. I don't know what you got to do a little craftsmanship. You got to put some thought strategically into where you're going to place these objects.
Kind of like what you need to do before you write a script for Star Trek.
Yeah,
that
they didn't do.
Well, that whole scene was so lame. And then of course every time you see somebody beam somewhere, you're like, okay, if they could beam in, they could beam out.
Exactly. Sure. That's what I was saying. The same mistake over and over and over again. If they want Picard, why don't they beam him out? If they can beam in, they can beam out. It's just too stupid.
Where's their backup? I mean, they should have easily been able to beat a middle-aged former Tal Shiar and a 97-year-old man who, by the way, must have just like I don't know, adamantium hips or something. I got it.
Yeah,
fucking he gets broken over a desk again. He's like, "I'm fine. You're my knight in shining armor, Larish." Yeah, I mean, she is hot for an elderly Vulcan, and I think you're right though. I think it's the ears.
The ears, the eyebrows. I don't know, man.
Maybe it's a little both. Yeah.
She's a little fiery because she's Irish in reality. So it's
cheeky fecker.
Yeah,
cheeky fecker. The dumb northerner line too, which I we're supposed to know that there's different kind of Romulans now, but just with the whole Brexit thing going on, it's just like, oh my God, again, eyes rolling in the back of my head at that one. And then the drummer for Scott Pilgrim comes in afterwards, and it's like, oh, she's not connected to the Tal Shiar at all, or what she probably is. She's probably duplicitous or something.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure Section 31 is behind all of this. And I mean, I've only glanced at the leaks, so I don't know all of them. We could talk about them here. I don't really care, but I don't know what's going to happen. I just know that from our people, we know that like it gets worse after this episode.
Right. It gets worse. Absolutely. It does. It will. But talk about, northern uncouth barbarians or whatever. It was very painful to see just how bad this stupid brain dead piece of crap wants to be Game of Thrones. Yes. He wants to be Game of Thrones so fucking bad.
Yeah.
Because here we have in the hallway, drummer there with her brother having all sorts of incestuous kind of flirting and groping and jealousy that he's sleeping with the toaster. And it's just oh God, they so want them to be Jaime and Cersei. Of course, I guess they didn't watch how that shit ended. I guess they.
No, it didn't end very well.
But they want to be Game of Thrones in space. They so want to, and they never will. Hail, brother Malachi.
Hail. I was looking for Cinema Queen put up a tweet. God, I can't find it now. She put up a picture of Elrond from from Lord of the Rings, and
that was incredible.
Elnor or something like that.
Yeah, that's his name is going to be Elnor, which is just Elrond minus a D and jumbled. Literally.
And it was last. I'll find it in a second, but
it was too funny.
They were both in purple, and it looked identical. I mean, freaking identical. It was ridiculous.
Yes,
and it was shameful. But like, and I was going to save it. I'll find it again, but I was going to save it and send it to Anas. And it's like, listen, these guys, they lift so much. I am 100% convinced that they lifted tardigrades from Anas Abdeen, in my opinion. I have no proof of this or anything. I just look at their priors and how much they lift. And after seeing that picture, and then of course Orville Nation, PJ posted up how much Rios looks like Holden.
Yes.
And as far as naming the ship, something, because the
right from literature, right?
Yeah, it's just lifting so much from everything, and it's so obvious that these are posers. We are talking about posers here. They have, and Michael Chabon. Listen, I've seen him at Comic-Con. He's a nerd. I don't know how much of a Star Trek nerd he is, but I know Kurtzman's a poser, man. Like everything this guy does, it reeks of somebody who is a try-hard and wants to be. And eventually you can get in the fandom, but you got to take the time to learn about it. You got to immerse yourself. He's never done that. So they just repurpose, they borrow, they'll call it paying homage, but Star Trek has its own aesthetic. It doesn't need this crap. It's fracking Star Trek. Things should be Star Trek. Star Trek shouldn't be other things. And now you're lifting from Game of Thrones and Lord of the Rings in Star Trek. And listen, they've come out and said that's what they wanted to be. They wanted to be not with Picard, but with Star Trek Discovery. And it's embarrassing, man. It's I don't know, man. I am so convinced that the Anas has been ripped off from at this point, and God damn it, I can't find it now.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, they are very light-fingered. You can go ahead and almost trace, like, the incidence of borrowing ideas with the amount of inspiration evident in the project. And there is zero inspiration in Star Trek Discovery or Star Trek Picard. So this is shit that they're doing to make money. It's just a gig. There's no passion. There's no love there. So of course they're bored, and they're going to be looking around, and they're going to find good ideas and, shit that they want to incorporate because they're too lazy to come up with anything themselves, and they're desperate, with deadlines. In my opinion, I mean, that's it seems obvious to me, but of course, like you said, I have no proof. Although the Elrond, the
Elnor and Elrond.
Yes,
that's a little close.
Yes,
Elnor, whatever the hell it is. It's a little close. Now here's a picture of this is Orville Nation's tweet of just Holden, and and the way the ship,
right.
the big cavernous ship. I'm like, why are they going with that aesthetic in Star Trek? And they want it to look like the interior of the Rocinante.
Right.
And PJ goes over that too. He's got it up here. If we go up a little more, he shows the space of the ship and just how it looks. And I'm sure that is firmly in their head, because we got that. And then we've got the Rocinante, which is, look at
that. Yep.
Yeah. I know they've been hearing that the Expanse is better than, Star Trek, because it is. It's the new
writing, assholes. It's not your fucking cavernous set. It's the writing. And that's something you're not fixing. So fuck you. you deserve to basically go down in flames.
Yeah. And they rip off the Orville the next season of Star Trek Discovery with that stupid elevator scene. They're going to do a Rick and Morty version of Star Trek because the kids like Rick and Morty. Are they going to put Szechuan sauce in it? Probably. I mean, it's just dumb. And I think the most frustrating thing about it is it's right there in plain view. People still like it. It's the power of the brand. It's the power of Star Trek. People will just consume anything. And if it was just bad, that's one thing. It's filled with its partisan freaking, basic bitch politics. And when that's coming in Star Trek Picard, and people have been clapping back. It's like, dude, Patrick Stewart said it in his interview. Like, how am I supposed to take it when the executive producer, the man who is a creative force in the show, said that we're basing on? Now, whether they do it well or not, that's not my problem. I'm going off of what they said. Mm-hmm. So, and it's still early. We just got off of Earth. How freaking slow is the show?
Yeah, it's awful too. I mean, it is not promising. It's not like the show came to life the minute we set foot on Captain Rios's ship. I mean, it's not like all of a sudden, at last, adventure awaits. Although it made me throw up in my mouth just a little bit when they played the theme to The Next Generation slowly and emotionally in the background as he's standing there looking down at Captain Rios, for fuck's sake. Really?
That pissed me off at the end when they with the Jerry Goldsmith music at the end. Enrage. I was like, and
Enrage. He gets a silly, senile, smile on his face. And oh my God, look, I don't know if Patrick Stewart actually can't speak anymore or if he's putting on this voice, but this kind of feeble, weak, warbling, half-assed, gentle tone that he has, sounding like an old man, it gets so old. I'm so sick of this shit. I can't even tell you this. As kind of, I can't even do it. I can't make my voice do the kind of wimpy turkey neck wobbling that this guy does. I'm just sick of it. Sick to death of it. Jesus, we get it. We get it. You're old.
Yeah. Fine. That whole flashback scene where he basically gives, tenders his resignation. I can talk resignation as basically as the last card he can play to get them to do another Romulan rescue mission. And he's like, I can't believe that they took my resignation. She's all, I'm sure you can't. And I'm like, oh my God, just fuck. They're not letting up. Anyway, it's like, we get it. A bunch of people think Picard is a stuck-up asshole and he's full of himself, and they're just and again, they warned us this was going to happen. He's going to find out that it's in the interview. He's going to find out that he was wrong. Eventually, he's going to find out he was wrong and Starfleet was right, and that he quit for nothing. He was a fool to quit. 20 years.
Great.
Feeling sorry for himself. Man, that is so inspirational. I'm so glad they showed us this. And I think back to when they announced this, and Kurtzman is on stage with Patrick Stewart, and they're telling story after story of people telling them how inspirational Star Trek has been to them. It's led to people went and became scientists, astronauts because of this show. I think people might become janitors after this show. I don't know, or there's nothing that's inspiring here at all. And that's the biggest problem I have with it. It's just so nihilistic and fucking.
I would only disagree with you insofar as people who watch this show are not going to be janitors, I don't think, because janitors clean up crap.
They do.
It's going to have to be more like who lays down crap. Who other than incontinent, they're all going to grow up to be Depends commercial spokesman. That I don't know who is it responsible for laying out the crap the janitors have to pick up. That's who will be inspired by Picard.
Yeah.
I mean, it's ridiculous. Well, look, you talked about eventually Picard will realize that he's wrong. I already fucking realize it. I mean, it doesn't take a fucking rocket scientist to know this, Gary. What the fuck, man? Here we've got Starfleet building a 10,000 ship armada to go help the Romulans like they are some third world country, like they're boat people. Like, they're still, experimenting with chemical propelled rockets. They have a star empire, just like the Kree, just like the Skrulls in Captain Marvel. I mean, these are not refugees, boat people from Cuba or something. If they're just on 2 planets and that's it, or even just 1 planet, they're not an empire, for fuck's sake. And there would be no threat. Their resources would be dwarfed by the Federation. They never would have had a Romulan neutral zone. So they are basically their own empire in their own right. And why in God's name they would need any help from the Federation, I don't know. But once Starfleet got their 10,000 ship armada destroyed and set Mars on fire, and so presumably even lost the shipyards that were doing it, and the synths and everything else, it's a Seinfeldian, well, good luck with all that, because we've got to go ahead and rebuild. It's like, yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, no. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see how stupid this idea even is. That I never thought I'd see them cave into fear and isolationism. It's like, no, it's fucking common sense, man. You think these fleets grow on trees? What about in the Dominion War? You could have used 10,000 ships in the Dominion War. If they're that easy to whip up, why the fuck didn't they? I mean, come on. This is ridiculous. How come we didn't whip up a 10,000 fleet armada specifically for the Borg all these years? It's just so stupid, man. Oh. And who's even going to man this shit? I mean, it's just, the whole thing is stupid. And another thing I said in my review was so funny when Raffi was going on about, well, JL, we just gotta roll up our shirt sleeves and we just gotta go. We're gonna go without Starfleet. We're just not gonna even care, man. We're just gonna do whatever it takes. Oh, excuse me, I got a call here. Hello? What? I am fired? Oh no, you didn't. And then this is all your fault, Picard. Nah, that's it. I'm gonna go build a shanty in the desert.
And he just sits there and doesn't say anything. He doesn't say anything.
He didn't do anything. He did nothing. And why Starfleet would even fire her is ridiculous. It was not like a black op mission. It wasn't like she was doing it off the books. Yeah. Somehow like building 10,000 ships under Starfleet's nose. It was a mission that she was involved in. It went wrong. Not unless she was the one that programmed the synths or something. Which she wasn't, because she's not in jail or anything.
No, she's the only one who knew that the synths were connected to the Romulans, but nobody else figured it out.
So they're going to fire her.
Yeah, because she was connected to Picard because they're petty. But I mean, that is Kurtzman. That's exactly what they would do in their writer's room. So
but that's, I think, silly. They didn't even fire Picard. He resigned.
Yeah, well, he resigned. This is their worldview. It's their worldview, and I think it's the problem is like, It makes no sense. For one, I mean, do you get fired from the Federation? Is that how you do it? Do you get fired?
You're fired.
You're fired.
You're like, fired.
Okay, demoted. I mean, was there no warning? Is the Federation at will? Is it an at will employment? They can fire you whenever they want.
Well, probably
makes no fucking sense. They have replicators. They can't build ships faster. None of this makes sense. The only thing that's hilarious is like they lay out these mysteries. You can see them coming from a mile away. But the way I described it in my review is Kurtzman went to Costco to buy bulk science fiction plot and bought bulk science fiction plot. And he mixed in, peppered in a little Firefly, a little Expanse, a little Blade Runner, and then called it his own. And then he's going to connect it to Star Trek Discovery. I really didn't think they would connect it to Star Trek Discovery. I guess I was naive. I'm like, they're not going to connect this to Star Trek Discovery. But then I think they actually are. I think they are.
I think they are.
Yeah, I think Kurtzman really wants his Star Trek Discovery to count, and this is one way you can make it count. Yeah, mix it in with Picard, and then it's firmly entrenched in what they call canon, which I refuse to believe. I listen.
It's
I don't know. I refuse to believe it is. Whether it is or isn't, I refuse it. It's done. Star Trek ended. For me. After Enterprise. We'll say after Enterprise, but I don't really count the Next Generation movies that much. And then believe me, there's going to be a lot of and thens with Kurtzman Trek. We're just getting started. This as the season goes on, I'm already working on my season 1 review. I've got 3 videos going at once here. I'm trying to finish my Witcher review. But when I do season reviews, I do a little bit after every episode because I can't remember everything. And these are going to be fucking long. So the EMH. So remember that synths are illegal. Okay, synths are illegal,
right?
Because they're robots,
right?
That are connected, via a network. I don't want to call it an AI or some kind of program, right? That can lift up weapons and kill people and be hacked, basically. But the holograms, which can pick things up, by the way, solid objects, are fine. Those are fine. You can't hack those. I mean, we got the robots, but the holograms are cool. So we'll just stick with those. If you're going to make synthetics illegal, you would make the holograms illegal, because if it's Control coming back from time doing this, or whoever it is, they would have hacked the holograms too. Why not? I mean, they actually get closer to you than the synths do. Right. I mean, they're your doctors and they're emergency holograms. So that makes no sense. I mean, this is where we're firmly in Kurtzman Trek at that point. So, and it doesn't even, like, I don't know what Shaban's writing style is. It feels like Kurtzman to me. This felt like more Kurtzman than Shaban. So I don't know if he took it over or they're going with his stuff. And I honestly don't know who wrote the last episode. Probably was Akiva Goldsman too, who was just as bad, by the way. But it's just, I don't know. And then Narek whispering in Soji's ear, "I got a secret. I love you." I almost fell off my chair when I saw it. I'm like, have they known each other for 3 days, or has it been 3 weeks? Because passage of time, they don't worry about that kind of stuff in this show. Like,
no, it was pathetic. And he knows she's a, positronic brain. And I don't know what is the strategy? What is he trying to do? If he hates synths, if he's part of this, underground thing to, what do they call it? Zon Vash, yeah. If he's one of them, why doesn't he just kill her or abduct her? Get it over with. What was this silly ass sleeping with her? What information does she have? Or it's pointless. It's like it's all going according to plan, and they have a little, him and his sister, his incesture. It's ridiculous, dude.
So in the first episode, they were just trying to nab her in public. They've had every opportunity to nab her, and they've got somebody right there. And apparently, the Romulan who's working for Starfleet can either project her hologram over there, or if that's her, I don't know.
And like put the ears on, take the ears off, ears on, ears off. Ears on, ears off, the clapper. I don't know. Maybe the clapper in the future does more. But I mean, why? So she's there. She's not there. What the fuck's going on?
And she's the destroyer of worlds.
Oh, well, yeah. You're talking about Suki or Suji.
Oh, yeah. Soji. And his sister who wants to have sex with him because, again, they want to be like Game of Thrones. That was bad, too. There wasn't a lot. I'm trying to think if there was anything good. No, not really. Laris, that's about it. But some people are loving it. I just think less and less people are. And you know what? If they're liking it, I don't need other people to like or dislike what I like. It's not an important thing in my life. I just sometimes I shake my head. I'm just like, But then again, Disney Star Wars lasted for a long time before people finally came around. So what are you going to do, man? We know where this thing is going. Apparently the leaks are probably spot on.
I think they are.
They've gotten a couple things right. And it really does feel like they're stretching a story that probably should have been in 4 or 5 episodes into 10, especially, taking 3 episodes to get off of Earth. We haven't even gotten the Riker member berry yet. I'm sure that comes next episode.
Right. So I thought we were getting off into space. Where the fuck is Riker and Troy, dude?
I think they're off world.
They're off world.
That looks like
Earth. on a vineyard that looks identical to California in France on Earth. That's basically what you're telling me. So they're going to go off and say, "Oh boy, it certainly feels like home here." Wink, wink.
They're going to planet Santa Barbara.
Dude, they shot it on the same fucking grounds. I'm absolutely positive. There was another, a shack pointing the other way, away from the vineyards, and it just shot it there. They didn't want to have like a lighting crew, so they just shot it outdoors, all of it outdoors. And we're just gonna go ahead and bounce some light and call it a day, man. We don't have time for this shit. It's awful. It's awful, man.
Yeah, I gave it a 3 out of 10, and that was only because I like the 3 points were for Loris. I don't know, she does it for me. But
one for the eyebrows, one for the ear.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's a +2 rating because of her.
It's so sad. It's so freaking sad what is happening to our franchises right now, and there is no hope for them at all. Disney Star Wars is going to stay around. It's going to be around. It's just not going to be an important franchise anymore. I can see in a few years they'll probably get rid of Celebration. They're swimming in money now. It's still a cash cow, but it's not the cash cow that it was or ever will be again. They've been trying to get Star Trek off the ground for years now. We're going into 4 years of Kurtzman Trek, and they're still, like I've said before, they're still in the building phase. This thing hasn't taken yet. We have no merchandise now. Usually when a new series starts out, or even when they relaunch, it takes a couple of years for the merchandise to come out. Okay, so I've always been aware of that. Like Doctor Who, it was well into season 3 when they started making the merchandise when Doctor Who came back. Either late season 2 or early season 3. But we should have Star Trek action figures now. And yes, this is why they bought this. This isn't Hawaii 5.0 or Magnum PI. This is Star Trek. You want toys, you want ships. Please save the Eagle Moss stuff. I like Eagle Moss, nothing wrong with them at all. They make some great stuff. They're like an Etsy brand almost. They're very specialty shop, hobby shop. They don't mass produce. They don't make them a ton of money. It's a license. It's an income stream, but it's not anything that's going to carry a franchise. Okay. T-shirts, that's the real moneymaker, like the tchotchkes, the T-shirts, the keychains, the bags and stuff. And the only stuff Star Trek has is Etsy products that are really like low production value, limited run. And they're as a matter of fact, somebody sent me a list. I have a list of Picard licensees. Somebody emailed me, and it shows the Star Trek license, and it shows Star Trek proper, Star Trek Discovery, and Picard, I believe. And then it's got a little check next to it, and it goes down the whole list if it's Picard, and Picard has nothing checked next to it except for like a mug, a couple of mugs. Maybe they'll come out with a pop vinyl. That doesn't count either. Sorry. That's just those are very easy to make. They're very low production. It's all the signs are there. They gave us an episode free for a while that had mysteriously, and we showed it on the last Inquisition. We had 3 million views, but it only had 25,000 likes. It only had 6,000 comments, which tells me it actually probably had somewhere around 200 to 300,000 real views, and all the other views came from being embedded into commercials. And
Right.
Yeah, it's they can hide a lot of things for so long until they can't. Now, I fully believe we'll get 2 or 3 years, but remember, Doomcock, they wanted Star Trek to be like Marvel.
Oh yeah, well, of course. I mean, they've got a whole universe there, and they are using Alex Kurtzman's genius to go ahead and expand along lines that will blow people's minds. Sadly, they're going to have to do it without Kurtzman because he's not long for this franchise.
Is not.
He is not long for this franchise. It's over. It's all but over.
It's all but over.
Redstone's had it with his shit, and that's that.
And I know we've heard that a lot, but we've been basically this Viacom CBS merger has been going on for quite some time. It's still going on. The ink isn't dry on it yet, but CBS All Access looks like its days are numbered. It's going to get absorbed into another streaming service.
To quote Landru, you will be absorbed from Return of the Archons. But yeah, well, all the Moonves loyalists are gone now. Joe Ianiello was personally handed his ass by Ms. Redstone, according to the rumors that I've heard. So that's that. And yeah, poor Kurtzman is just they're just at it. They're out of patience. They're sick of it. And he's going to be gone soon. He has no power. And don't hold your breath waiting for that Section 31 show. Let me just tell you that.
Yep.
Don't hold your breath.
I think he did everything possible to guarantee his job, including connecting Star Trek Discovery to Picard. I think they'll write it out, of course. But honestly, like Disney Star Wars was the first one to learn their lesson. I think they have made changes. Are they going to be perfect changes? I don't know. Am I going to be happy with it? Not really, because they've done permanent damage to Luke Skywalker. But moving ahead, I think they're going to think twice. Now, Kenobi's kerfuffled at this point, so I don't know what happens there. But it seems to me that whatever they do in the future, they're gonna it's the Mandalorian. It's gonna be more Mandalorian than it is Last Jedi, which hey, if you're into the Disney's version of the EU, okay, that's cool. I have no problem with that. But Star Trek and Doctor Who have like this moment in time. This is it. Like this is as far as you can push it. So if they don't drastically, radically change right now. Right. I mean, Star Trek, it's going to be tough because you're going to have to tear down this aesthetic, just break off from J.J. Abrams, create your own aesthetic, bring in another creative mind. I mean, I know these are things that aren't going to happen, but this is what they need to do, whether they want to hear it or not. Too bad. Whether it's going to happen, no, it's not going to happen. But Doctor Who needs to fire Chibnall, get a new doctor right now, like end the season, make the change, film a special to show regeneration. That's it. Otherwise, you won't have a franchise in five years. I mean, you just won't have one. Nobody's going to care. Star Trek, I think, is actually in worse shape because they're so entrenched in this. They have to, again, get a new showrunner, conceive a new show, move forward somehow, go on a goddamn ship and go on an adventure with a new crew. That's all you needed to do. And no prequels, none of that crap. They won't do it.
Well, sadly, look, no matter what, we've got to suffer through another season of Star Trek Discovery. So, I mean, even if they determine that they have to put Star Trek under the knife to save its life, Star Trek is going to have to wait, another year to go under the knife. Because they can't get booked in the their insurance won't pay for the surgery this year, whatever. So I mean, the patient, whatever the malaise is, it's going to be worse by a year before they can even tackle it. And also this lower decks thing is going to air no matter what because it's already been produced and they're not going to just toss that shit away. Even though I think it would do a lot of good for them to do so. Season 3 of STD is going to be an absolute fucking abomination. And I can't wait. I mean, it's going to be very good for us because we'll get to absolutely destroy it, savage it. But
It's coming out this year too.
Yeah,
Like later this year, at least. Well, that's what I heard. I don't know if that's true or not, but
I don't know,
towards the
but
end of the year,
it's going to be awful. It's going to be absolutely awful.
I
And
wonder if we're getting those shortened episodes. I'm betting it doesn't get 15 episodes.
no, it's not. It's
probably
not.
get 8 to 10. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get a couple of super chats here, do a little Q&A, and then we'll continue on. The White
good.
Wolf for £2 says, "Hail, my lords. My new name for Zatvash is Shat Rash. Shat Rash. Or Shot Rash. A Shot Rash.
Shit rash.
There you go. Shit rash. White Wolf, that would it's appropriate. It really is. I get a little itchy watching Star Trek Picard. Ken Kersey for $5. Robert Conrad passed away. Oh, no way. Oh my God, you're gonna kill me. I didn't know he was still alive. I loved Robert Conrad. Any
Jim
fond
West.
Yes, any fond remembrances of the Wild Wild West? R.I.P. Pappy. I loved that show when I was a kid. I adored that show. It was fun.
Oh yeah.
It was weird. It was cool. I was actually excited when I heard they were going to do a movie until I found out who was in it. And, but I, at the time, you know, when I heard there was going to be a movie, I'm like, I love that show. And they could have made a great movie out of that show with the right people. Instead, we got a giant spider and John Peters and the famous Kevin Smith story.
Absolute garbage. And they could have really made that a franchise. I mean, it could have been like basically James Bond in the West. That was the idea. And I mean, it could have been fantastic. And instead they had to go woke with it. And it was just a pile of shit.
I remember him daring me to knock a
ever-ready battery off of his shoulder.
Yeah,
that's right. He was a dick, but he was good in Wild Wild West. And by the way, Fred Freeberger was a producer on that. And it goes to prove the thesis that season 3 of Star Trek was not Fred Freeberger's fault. You know, the guy has a sense of humor. The guy knows how to make a cool and entertaining show. On the way out the door at the end of season 2, when Roddenberry was sulking and pulling up Picard and saying, "I resign from the show because I protest the Friday night at 10 o'clock time slot that it got put in," he told Fred Freeberger, "And cut out the humor shit." That was his instruction to Fred Freeberger on the way out. I don't like the over familiarity of the crew with Kirk. I don't like the humor, all the things that we love about Star Trek. Roddenberry, in a little fit of pique or in just a complete mistake, because he felt Gene L. Kuhn had gone overboard in his absence and doing too much humor. And that's why season 3 is basically lifeless and mainly lies there, and it just feels cold and sterile. It's because of Roddenberry. Roddenberry fucked that up. Fred Freeberger would have been totally good with continuing the camaraderie and the joy and the fun. So there you go. And then you can look at Star Trek: The Motion Picture. I mean, that is evidence, further evidence that Roddenberry did not like the kind of familial feeling of the show. He didn't like the humor. Well, there's no humor in Star Trek: The Motion Picture, pretty much, and there's no goddamn warmth or camaraderie in it. It was stiff, and it almost killed the franchise. So, unfortunately, I think Roddenberry didn't really have a good idea of what in the end made Star Trek successful, and it took somebody like Harv Bennett to remind him.
It outgrew him, just like George Lucas. We talked about on Friday night, we talked about this ridiculous rumor that he was coming back to executive produce and frickin' write or something, the Cassian Andor series, which was just like, fucking what? Of course it wasn't true. And I just kind of went on a little mini rant. I'm like, listen, everyone, I know Disney Star Wars sucks. The reason they have it is because of George Lucas, and not just because he sold it. George Lucas felt the need to sell it because I think George Lucas came to the realization he wouldn't be able to produce 7, 8, 9. He's no longer the director. He was once a brilliant auteur director. And he ended up became what he kind of hated. He wanted to do like artsy films and shit. And quite frankly, he was better. In a way, he got lucky with Star Wars. I mean, he had a creative vision, a creative mind. He was a good idea man. Technically, Hollywood is advanced because of his technical mind. So, I mean, that's where he's a legend with his development of special effects and sound and everything. I mean, like, there will never be another person like that. So for that, he is an absolute genius, without doubt. Creatively, he had a lot of help.
Yes.
His ex-wife, Gary Kurtz, Lawrence Kasdan when he was in his prime. And
Willard Hayek, who did a polish on the script along with Gloria Katz, I think it was.
Yep. And John Milius was a huge inspiration to him. And
and those two also did a polish of his script on American Graffiti. So that they brought a lot of the warmth and coherence, and of course his wife Marcia really saved that movie.
Yep.
And along with John Williams, I mean, that score, Jesus. Without that score, I don't know what you've got, honestly.
So George coming back, if he came back in name only or was an executive producer and they wanted to get some ideas from him, that's great. But he's not going to save Star Wars. The only thing that honestly is going to save Star Wars is the fans. And if Bob Iger makes the right decision and gives it, and listen, I read something today. I am convinced now. I am 100% convinced Kevin Feige is coming for Star Wars. Like 100% coming for Star Wars. Joe Russo recently, one of the directors for Endgame, said what we all suspected and knew. Joe Russo came out and said Kevin Feige is a Star Wars fan first. You don't have somebody make a public statement like that if they're not they're planting seeds. This is planting seeds. This is all calculated, folks. None of this stuff is organic. Joe Russo wasn't sitting on the crapper going, I'm going to talk about Kevin Feige's love for Star Wars. No, they reached out to him and said, hey, could you make a tweet, just talking about Kevin's love for Star Wars? And it might've been his publicist. I'm not saying it was Kevin. I'm not saying it was Kevin's idea. I'm saying it was Disney's idea. And they reached out. Could you just I'm sure it was genuine. I'm sure Joe Russo's, love of Kevin Feige is genuine and talking about his love for Star Wars. But I'm guessing that tweet was initiated because if it wasn't, Disney would probably get kind of pissed. They would probably go, Russo, buddy, we got somebody running Star Wars right now. Her name is Kathleen Kennedy. So the fact that came out, I don't know if it was tweet or if it was an interview. I just read it in an article and I'm like, that was deliberate. And why would you come out publicly and say that Kevin Feige's first love is Star Wars, especially when he just got finished with the MCU and he's doing all this stuff with the MCU. And by the way, we got to talk about Sam Raimi doing Doctor Strange too, because that's fantastic, fucking awesome.
That's great.
And that's shit turning around, by the way. Maybe I'm not really to go crazy yet, but yeah, I thought that was very interesting, and I'm gonna talk about it more tomorrow. But I mean, he's coming for Star Wars, and it will turn around and they will turn it into Marvel Star Wars. And I think they're going to, I think it would be smart to go individual, like do individual movies, don't make trilogies, do one-offs. And if you want to start rebuilding that universe, like you did, I don't know, it's only worked for the MCU to build this big shared thing, but you're still starting from scratch. You're going to have to pluck characters out and, listen, the Mandalorian is a superhero. He's a superhero. He's got a super suit, and he can, he's got a jetpack now. He can fly. I mean, he's a freaking superhero. He's Iron Man,
right?
And I think that's what they'll do. And Jedi's are, that they're superheroes. So I think that's what they're going to do, and that might save it if you bring some interesting characters and have a good creative mind. There's a lot that goes along with that, but
you're right. I think there's a lot to be said for that. I think that on the plus side, turning Jedi into superheroes is kind of the thing we've always wanted. We've always wanted to see Jedi at the height of their powers, kicking ass and going in there. And, I mean, I love the opening of the Phantom Menace. I love Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan just kind of going in there and, they're ambushed and they just fucking kick ass and just just take over the ship and, do whatever the hell they want because they are that badass. I thought that was cool. But I'd love to see even more badassery of what Jedi are actually capable of. And we've seen it in the cartoons. I mean, there's some great stuff with Tartakovsky, with Mace Windu, doing this incredible action sequence. I've seen. It's out there. It's out there, and we've never really gotten to see just how badass these guys can be. But on the other hand, there's a mythic component to Star Wars at its best. The Jedi are not just superheroes. They are kind of, Zen warriors. They are philosopher kings. And if you try to make it with the same kind of glib flip tone of the Marvel shit, it's gonna be ruined. They are two different things. And if Feige thinks that he can just turn them into fucking superheroes and just kind of crank out the sausage like he has been, it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work.
No, you still have to have, and that's why I got hopeful, which is dangerous, when they brought Sam Raimi back, because the Marvel movies have been getting very generic and they're in danger of just turning into cookie cutter crap. And quite frankly, I think a lot of them have been lately. But however you feel about Thor Ragnarok, that still had some personality to it. Now, I didn't love everything in it, and I know a lot of people didn't, but it was still generic as hell, generic as Wasp and Ant-Man. Sam Raimi, I mean, listen, he's done some work for hire stuff that was not great, Oz. But I love the guy, and if they allow him to be Sam Raimi with Doctor Strange, he is the perfect guy for it, unless they totally put the shackles on him. Now, this is what was said about Kevin Feige in Star Wars. Star Wars is Kevin's first and true love. He's a man who has a very, very large basement filled with enough Star Wars paraphernalia to fill a museum. Whatever he does with it is going to be passionate, emotional, and unique. Again, that's the director of Endgame saying that publicly in the last 48 hours. So,
but didn't Feige do The Mandalorian?
No. Favreau did them.
Okay. Yeah, so he wasn't like involved in the development of it?
Nope.
I thought he was like a mover behind the scenes.
He might have been. His name's not. I don't know.
I know his name.
That's good that you bring. That's good you bring it up. You know what? I will retract that. I don't know. I haven't heard that, but I don't know. I wasn't there, and I wouldn't be surprised at all if he had. He had to. I mean,
I think that's why one of the reasons why Kathleen Kennedy. I mean, you can just get from her that she's not happy with the Mandalorian, and I mean, him coming in. I mean, do you think? I don't think he. I don't know. I don't have any proof of it, but I feel like I've heard.
No, it's got to be. He's got to be involved.
That he had a little bit of that they, I mean, shit. I thought I saw. Maybe I'm crazy. I thought I saw.
It makes a picture. Why wouldn't it? John Favreau's there. They helped build the MCU. I mean, like, and that announcement came out. I think he's had to have been.
I don't know. I feel, but. We'll see. I mean, it's definitely not a Feige project per se. I mean, it's not like he was the hidden hand like Palpatine or Snoke behind the scenes. But I'm just saying, I would be surprised if he didn't dip his toe in and have some input, behind the scenes, especially since they're, eager to get him kind of involved in the whole thing, but I don't have any proof of that.
No, but it other than Favreau being there and then him being announced afterwards, I think there's some circumstantial evidence.
I think so. Filoni, I mean, all of those guys are probably going to be thick as thieves.
Yep.
Working together against this Kathleen Kennedy vision. Filoni, I would not be surprised if he was, I don't know. I think
he'll be taken over. As soon as she retires, I think he's taken over. Matt G for $5 says, before the Doctor Who grilling starts, Green Day released a new album. You guys fans? They still make albums? Or was it a digital release that had 10 songs? Matt G, not a fan of Green Day. I mildly liked them back in the 90s, but no, not a fan. I like real punk rock. The kind that most people don't like, the kind that cusses a lot and they barely know 3 chords. Oscar Perez for $5. Birds of Prey was Birds of Prey was competed with Cats. Also, sorry for the Oscars. Birds of Prey was I did not see Cats. Birds of Prey was bad in a lot of ways. I guess it really depends on what your definition of woke is, as far as like how woke it was. It definitely was just a checklist of men behaving badly. It definitely fulfilled its it was a display of misogyny, a study of misogyny. They did it through a gay character who never came out and said he was gay, so they never practiced the gay-sogyny, which is a thing, by the way. Like Margot Robbie is very charming as Harley Quinn, so it's not like a Captain Marvel situation where the movie was just it wasn't good. I think it could have been better. They didn't need that extra cast at all. They were useless in it, and it was just the Margot Robbie show. And every man was portrayed poorly except for one with a non-speaking part, but he did take part in killing one of our heroes' family, so he was bad. I know Jeremy was using that, but I thought the henchman was one of her family's henchmen. No, it was one of the henchmen from the guys who killed the family. So he was bad. He just wanted to turn over a new leaf afterward. For some reason, he randomly helped a girl that he just helped kill their family. But that's neither here nor there. That's apples and oranges. We can argue over that there was no men really portrayed well, and it was done stylistically, but the stylistic that part fell flat. A lot of it fell flat, and the box office fell flat as well. Doomcock.
Yes,
it wasn't worth seeing. It wasn't. I wouldn't even watch this thing for free, and it's a waste of Margot Robbie doing Harley Quinn well. I mean, I want DC to succeed. I want to see her in another film. I think is she in James Gunn's Suicide Squad? I'm pretty sure she is. And I would like to, just like Henry Cavill, I would like to see them with a good script. I think that would be great. I don't think casting is DC's problem. Confidence in their characters. I mean, listen, you have a history in comic books. You know, DC has never been like, ever since Warner Brothers purchased DC, they've always been kind of insecure. They always like fuck themselves up. And it's frustrating because I love DC heroes. I love how different they are from Marvel. You know what? I love they're of their time. You know, they kept the heroes around from the 30s and 40s. Heroes like Saturn Girl, shit like that. I like that. I know it sounds cheesy, but it's fun. And that's what differentiates it from Marvel. Marvel's always grounded. DC's more fantastic. DC's gotten a reputation lately of being so dark, but I don't see DC like that other than Batman, you know. But I don't know, man. They just can't get it right, Doomcock, and like nobody needs to waste their time or money on this movie. I would not pay I wouldn't pay $5 for it.
No, well, I mean, I love that it's bombing, though. I mean, in its bombing, it's probably the best news that we've had in film in a long time, because once again, look at all these movies that are really just extolling this kind of all-female, male bashing kind of agenda film. Look at like Terminator 6, look at Charlie's Angels. Look at Birds of Prey. I mean, all of these things are honestly, it's becoming a cliche. You know, get woke, go broke.
It is.
And it's beautiful. I mean, that used to be like a slogan I always felt kind of was more hopeful than realistic. But boy, it sure is. It is really coming home to roost. And I am delighted. I mean, I'm glad Birds of Prey exist, because it's furthering our narrative And it is such a harsh reflection of the harsh reality that this kind of garbage doesn't work anymore, and it's not going to work in the future. You have played that out. That little silver mine, it's like shit and silver mixed in. The silver mine is dried up, people. And you can keep mining it, but all the silver is gone. Now it's just shit. So go for it. Go for it. I could not be happier that the, woke chickens are coming home to roost and not laying any more eggs. Fuck them
Absolutely.
all.
I could not be happier. Absolutely. The last 3 years, especially, in 16 and 17, when they were in power, and I'm talking about the people who are perpetuating this divisiveness, if you want to call them NPCs, SJWs, whatever the hell you want to call them, they were so fracking obnoxious. And that's the thing. And again, just to reset, politics can be in stories. I have no problem with that. Partisan politics can be in stories. Like I said in my video, Knives Out, great. Go make a Knives Out movie. Awesome. I won't see it, but I mean, it absolutely should exist. I love having a decision. I like having, that's why I'm not partisan, because sometimes I choose from this side and sometimes I choose from this side. That's it. I like having the choices though. So I like there being sides. But when it gets so one-sided, and the echo chamber that is Hollywood, the reason people are on YouTube, I watch a lot of channels, a lot of up and coming channels, people who agree with us, people who disagree with us, and one of the things that people who disagree with us get wrong all the time is the reason we exist. The reason we exist is because of you, because you had nowhere to go. I'm sure some of you are watching the Oscars. I'm not watching a second. I'm guessing I saw Mark Ruffalo on screen. I'm guessing he didn't refrain on his politics. I could be wrong, but I'm guessing. People are just tired of it and they want to break. And we don't want the actors to give up their politics or anybody to give up their politics. We just want to know that in certain things, we can have a neutral playground. That's it. A place where we can go to escape. That's all. And preserve our mythology. This whole shit that's been going on with Star Trek and Star Wars and Doctor Who, not just changing the show fundamentally, but then going back in the past and screwing up everything. And then you go, what do you care? It's just a made up show and we own it. It's like the reason it's here is because of us, fool. And they don't care. They know it. They just don't care. And the fact that they're getting slapped in the face with this shit is beautiful.
It really is. And, it's like I did that whole video about cultural vandalism like about a week ago, and which is them basically doing exactly that. Every single fucking franchise, these arrogant bastards are reaching back in time and making creative decisions that alters the entire franchise from the ground up, from before they were even born in some cases. And it is arrogance. It is nothing but literally destruction for destruction's sake. And they feel like they have some kind of authority over George Lucas, over Gene Roddenberry, over the creators of Doctor Who, all those people way back when that created Doctor Who. They're going to go ahead and retcon everything. The first Doctor now was a black woman. Star Trek started out with Mikey Spock, and Mikey Spock was responsible for the man that Spock became, molded him. He would not be that without her. Palpatine, start to finish, the whole saga was about Palpatine, just straight up. And these scumbags, this is the equivalent of going into a museum with a lot of beloved and hallowed works of art, acclaimed works of art, and just tagging it with your stupid little fucking symbol, your tag, whatever you want to say, just with a little can of red spray paint, and saying it's improved now. It's improved now. Mm. That and their overweening arrogance is absolutely repulsive. I cannot stand it, and I'm so glad that now these motherfuckers are paying for it. And Kurtzman's about to pay for it because he's going to be out on his ass.
Oh my God. Yeah. And the thing is, freaking Star Trek is going to be in pieces. Doctor Who's going to be in pieces. And then I still love these things. I'll still watch the old stuff. I would love
the old stuff. Sure.
Yeah. I would love for for there to be new stuff, but there won't be now, and we're gonna have to sacrifice that possibility because some assholes couldn't change their mind, or some people in charge didn't listen to the fandom. And when fandoms collectively get this loud about something, you should at least listen. I'm not saying take everything to heart. People love to focus on, the negative. We're going to go to the anonymous guy who said, Photoshop somebody's head on something disgusting or something, instead of listening to the more reasonable ones. And that of course, mileage may vary on that one, but the more, and take to heart that it's people who still care. We are people who still want to give you money. With Star Wars, it was incredible, and I am convinced it enacted change. A little late, but it helped, and it never helps to be quiet. That's all. It just so.
Right. I mean, they ask why. Well, that's one of the leading arguments I get on Twitter or, comments on YouTube. Dude, if you don't like it, don't watch it. Don't watch it. And it's like that is complicity. That is basically bowing down to the corporate overlords. That is basically saying, let them do anything they want to something that you love and don't protest. That is the kind of gutless, weaselly kind of shit that these Gen Null people love. I mean, they make a big noise on Twitter and something, and they do fuck all when it comes to the actual real world. They do absolute fuck all. And that is why it's so funny that these studios are relying on them to get off their couches and go and see these fucking movies. They don't do anything in the real world. The real world is not their métier, as they would say. It's not their thing, the real world.
No.
Going in to actually pay money to go see a movie, going out to the store and buying some merchandise is because these people don't love anything except the sound of their own fucking voice.
Yep.
And that is why they want to see themselves up on the screen. Is because that's the only fucking thing that they care about, is seeing themselves and feeling that they're represented, feeling that they're heard, because it's all me, and that's all that they give a shit about. I don't care about me. I care about quality. I care about entertainment. I care about literacy. I care about critical thinking. I care about quality. And these people don't have a fucking clue about any of that. That is the big difference. And that is why these movies are bombing, because they are appealing to a bunch of people that live in the fantasy world of social media and never get out in the real world and spend money. And I love it. Fuck you.
Damn straight. I've never gotten my head around. I need to see myself. I mean, seriously. If you see like the two women kissing at the end of Star Wars, did that help anything? I mean, like, it could be there. I don't really care. I can't at all. I can't see somebody waking up the next morning going, thank God 2 women kissed in Star Wars, man. I'm going to go about my day. Life is better. Let's go. It's like, no. But that's the also the self-importance of Hollywood, because these things are it's not entertainment anymore. These are platforms. They want to social engineer. They want to influence instead of entertain. Do you want to influence or entertain? You can't really do both. You can't influence without entertaining.
That is it. You can do both, but one precedes the other.
Yes.
You cannot first and foremost try to manipulate, try to spread propaganda. Propaganda is like a weed that chokes the garden of art. What a great sentence. I can't. I said it out of my mind.
Write that one down.
You got to write that.
I think it's on the internet though. I think we got it. So we'll just timestamp it. 100.
Just timestamp it.
Hour 18 minutes into our recording. So.
That is it. Propaganda is a weed that strangles the garden of art. And because what is propaganda? Propaganda is a form of communication that is very single-minded, and it can be false. I don't think art is ever false. I think art can be relative, but there is always going to be some level of truth in something that is art. Always.
Yeah.
because it comes from the heart of the artist. And so even if the rest of the world disagrees with the statement that an artist makes, there is still heart in it because it came from that artist's heart. Propaganda is first and foremost a manipulative tool designed to push an agenda. There is no love or passion aside from the objective behind the propaganda, but there is no art to it. And thus art dies when it's strangled by propaganda.
Yeah, and restrictions, propaganda and restrictions like a diversity and inclusivity initiative. Not saying you don't want those things, because you do, but when you initiate it, then you pretty much destroy meritocracy, and then you get Doctor Who. That's what you get. I mean, it's this thing where you can extort license fees from people and then not represent all the people that you are extorting money from. We talked about that in the Doctor Who live stream. And that's what a lot of people have been. That's the biggest criticism of the BBC. The BBC wants to say, well, it's that political party. No, I think it's just people wanting to see some neutrality. And you're pissing off people from your own parties. That's the thing. That's we don't get political here, but it's both sides are pissed off at this point. And, we have nothing else we can do except talk about it. And we commiserate about it here. But when you have those checklists, and again, not against that, but when you prioritize that over story, how many times we said it just doesn't fucking work. It kills it. And, as far as a weed, Alex Kurtzman's going to use that as the next form of transportation in Star Trek Picard. There'll be weed drive.
That's right.
Yes,
that's right. You're going to ride the wild weed.
The weed. Dreary Nitpicker for $4.99 says, "Hail, my lords. I hope you've got my packages and are enjoying them. You both have helped me through some dark times this past year. Hail, thanks." Yes, Dreary Nitpicker. It will be on Toxic Mailbag coming soon.
Yes, Dreary Nitpicker. I got your package and I was extremely grateful, my friend.
Yeah,
extremely grateful. That was awesome. Awesome. Thank you, my friend.
You're awesome.
Awesome, dude. Awesome.
And thank you for the note too. And
yes.
yeah, and like
Send
it's
me some
awesome.
Drawings.
Yes. Yeah, I got some too. And the thing is, it's cool to give that back, because like when I was going through hard times, I was listening to like talk radio and stuff, and I couldn't connect with who I was listening to. So it's cool to be able to I love the connection part of live streaming. It's so great. Brother Malachi for $5 played Shadowrun with friends tonight. It was intense. Our party had to clean our young hive of insect spirits. What is Shadowrun?
I don't know.
I don't know what Shadowrun is. I don't game. So I don't know what it is, but I'll look it up.
Game kind of along the lines of a
okay,
role playing kind of D&D kind of
cool
kind of game, an RPG kind of thing.
I like the art. I do like the art. It's cool. Right on. Well, yeah, that kind of stuff. I don't know. With a group of friends, I'd probably do that. That sounds kind of fun. Anthony R for $5. Nice to see you guys. So here is the update so far. The Oscars are woke tonight. Honestly, don't care for them. My girlfriend just wants to see the Joker win. I want to see the Joker win too. That does matter to a certain extent. I mean, I wouldn't be horrified if 1917 wins. I don't think it was better than the Joker. I thought it was very, very good. You should watch it. It's I highly recommend it. It's visually stunning. See it in the movie theater. It's a movie theater experience. And Sam Mendes is a damn good director. He is a damn good director.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked it. So, but I want the Joker to win for a lot of reasons. I don't think it will, or maybe it has or hasn't. Let me know in the chat if who wins or not. Or if somebody says something really stupid. Well, I'm sure that happened already. Rule for $2 gives us it says 1 up, and it's got a hippo chewing on a 1 up. I think that's cool. Hold on. Thank you, Rule, for $2. Nikki D for $5. Hail, gentlemen. With Bird of Prey's disastrous box office opening, can we hope this is the beginning of the end of woke films and marketing? Yeah, I mean, we're getting a trickle over effect. Remember, this stuff was produced a couple of years ago. 2019 just ended. It's not gonna, we're in a transitional period right now. I mean, look at the landscape for movies and TV shows. It's pretty bleak. We got a Black Widow movie coming out, which I suspect will be average. I think it'll just be an average movie. I like Scarlett Johansson. She's no Brie Larson, so I got no beef there. Eternals, I think, will be Birds of Prey like. I don't think it'll flop. Don't get me wrong, but I think it'll be Birds of Prey like in its marketing. And they've already come out and said this is going to be kind of a woke movie, which sucks because I would love to see like them go full on Kirby with the Eternals. Quite frankly, I thought the comic was kind of boring. I didn't like it. I thought the art was great, but I was never a fan of the characters. And quite frankly, it's never been a big hit. I think they're hoping for another Guardians of the Galaxy. The problem is they don't have James Gunn directing it. And that's going to be a problem, but we'll see. I think Eternals it's got a decent cast, but I don't know, man. I'm skeptical of that movie. We'll say.
I'm not excited about it. It seems, who's going to care? I mean, unless they're going to turn it into something brilliant and out of left field like Guardians of the Galaxy, I think I don't know.
And we got Wonder Woman. I saw what Cheetah's going to look like. It looks terrible. And she's not going to have her powers for a lot of it. I hate those kind of movies where they take away except for Spider-Man 2. And then, Tenet looks good. I don't know. Have you seen a trailer for Tenet yet? Oh my God, dude.
No.
I went to the IMAX showing of Birds of Prey. And this is why I'm happy I paid the money for, because I got to see that 7-minute scene of Tenet, which is Chris Nolan's next movie. And it's about time traveling spies. And it showed this heist scene. We're at a concert, an orchestral concert.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very cool. I got a lot of Dark Knight vibes from it, little Inception vibes, but mostly a Dark Knight vibe from it. And it looks pretty cool. I'm pretty excited for that movie. I got to say, I'm looking forward to it.
Sweet.
Yeah, it looks so. If you guys get a chance to see that IMAX preview, definitely do it.
I like Nolan. I think he does generally a pretty great job. Yep. I mean, Dark Knight Rises was terrible, but
it was.
Otherwise, I like his output.
Jeremy and I fought about that one on Friday. That was funny.
Really?
Yes. Well, he loves it. Jeremy loves Nolan. All things Nolan. Most things Nolan, to be fair. But he liked it. I didn't. Hey, a lot of people do. It's got a 90% audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, if you want to believe that shit anymore. Critics liked it. A lot of people like that movie, and that's fine. I could be in the minority on that one. I just didn't like it. So I thought there was a good performance by Tom Hardy, but Christian Bale and all that stuff was nah.
It was boring. It was a mess.
And the whole cutting off the city thing. It's just that took me way out of it. That was ridiculous. Grimy has become a member at the protomolecule level. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Daniel for $20. It's minor compared to the insults to the spirit of Roddenberry's work in prior canon, but the aesthetics of Star Trek Discovery and especially Picard are so off and distracting that it's akin to having modern swearing and nudity in Lord of the Rings. It really is. That's a great. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for the $20. Great analogy. I agree with that. It doesn't belong there. As George R. R. Martin says, Doomcock, science fiction is fantasy. They are essentially the same thing. Different rules. Well, furniture. That's what George R. R. Martin says. Different furniture. But they're essentially the same thing. And once you've already built this world and established this world, and then you come in and bring CW world into Star Trek, it's a little jarring, shall we say? Jarring.
Oh, of course it is. I mean, fantasy, science fiction, they both work on the same principle, is that you lay out for one lack of a better word, a physics for your universe. The physics can be magic, whatever the rules of the game are. It's really important that you stick with those rules, and it doesn't really matter if the rules are that there's chaos magic and lawful magic, or if that faster than light travel has become possible via mushrooms or whatever it is. I mean, you dance with who brung you, and you don't do what Picard has done, which is introduce space elves with swords.
Oh,
space elves with swords are coming into Picard. That you don't do.
I'm looking at this. No, you don't. There's a super chat and a couple that are it's pretty funny. How much longer must we suffer Kurtzman? At least we don't have to worry about Ruin getting another film. What can be done to save what we love now? Says ask Jagerbong for $5. Continue doing what we're doing. If the Phantom Menace wasn't doing their thing and everybody shut up, Star Wars wouldn't have changed. Again, it's too late, but Hollywood listened, and I think that carried over maybe to the MCU, maybe not. We'll have to see. I don't want to get ahead of myself on that one, but I don't know. All we can do is what we can do, and that's speak your mind, speak with your voice in your wallet, right? So
yeah. Well, I mean, what you can do is embrace, the motto that I started way back when, without respect, we reject. And all you have to do to ultimately prevail, unless you are a critic, I mean, obviously we are holding the line for quality and calling out this garbage when it stinks. But for the ordinary person, you can win by simply staying home. Staying home. Do not do anything. Do not pay them a dime for their woke projects. Do not pay for any project that gives you disrespect, that exhibits disrespect for you, spits in your face, calls you toxic, racist, sexist. Just stay home. That's all you have to do to win. It's the easiest battle to win. Don't go and pay them money. Don't pay them for their subscription services. Don't pay ticket prices. Just stay home. Without respect, we reject. Demand it. Speak out about it. If you will, but really nothing will change the playing field as much as, say, having woke properties bomb over and over and over again. Birds of Prey, like Terminator 6, like Charlie's Angels, like Roots of Soy Woker underperforming, very much underperforming from what they hoped, over and over and over again. Star Trek Picard is going to be a very harsh lesson for CBS, Viacom, yep. CBS, by the time it's done. You just watch. It's going to really, really hurt them. Don't open your wallet to these people. Fandom with the wallets closed. That is the motto.
Yes, indeed. Starting your Marvel universe with a prequel that's a failure and a 90s TV show with a 80-year-old lead that cost, tens of millions of dollars an episode. Yeah, you're right. They're taking it in the shorts right now. They are praying this is a success, and it's not the success they hoped for. I won't say it wasn't. I'm not going to call it an out and out failure because I don't know. I know we got some information based on the first episode, but they don't share their numbers. But I think it is playing to Star Trek fans, but this was supposed to bring in new fans. I don't know how. It's utterly confusing, their logic. It's that we're going to make Star Trek for people who hate Star Trek, except we're going to fill it with stuff that only Star Trek people would know. And then we're not going to do it right and piss them off, except we'll have some hypnosis defenders. And but we'll eventually lose them because they're going to figure it out eventually. And it's all of it doesn't make sense. And then you realize, they just do a bunch of coke and not really think about shit very much. Okay, it makes sense now. Nettled Nerds for $5. Hail, my lord DVD and the new overlord of the Phantom Menace. Just want to say I love you guys. You make my 12-hour Sunday bear 12 hours. Can't wait to be on your shows one day. Nettle Nerds, dude. I'm sorry, I just duded. I don't know. Well, I dude women too. Let me know. On Friday Night Tights, we bring in I bring in patrons, guests. Yeah, just hit me up. we could certainly bring you on for a segment or something.
Absolutely. I also do the same. I bring on guests occasionally, not as much, but it does happen.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. And 12-hour Sunday. I'm glad we help make that bearable. I know when I was working at Tesla, I was listening to Doomcock and that Umbrella guy. That Umbrella guy always came on in the afternoon, so I listened to him all the time. There's a bunch of people. Live streams got me through the day from that really boring job. Oh my God, I'm so happy I'm doing this. However long it lasts, I know there are some out there who really want me to go away and be very happy if and when this channel fails, because nothing lasts forever, folks. And I just want to say I would never, ever be like that. Even with channels I don't like, I want them to succeed. You go find your audience and have fun. But that mentality is it's how you don't become successful. I'm not saying I have my finger on the pulse of what makes you successful. I can tell you what doesn't, though, because I used to be like that and I failed every time. Petty, jealous, projection, blame, not taking responsibility, stuff like that. Those aren't the ingredients for success. Dickless, I think there's a mirror Doomcock here. Dickless von Doomcock. Dickless von Doomcuck for $5. Greetings from the mirror universe. Here, Kurtzman is a genius, and Star Trek is better than ever.
Ah, yes.
Yes, and it's got a goatee Spock. Yeah. Although that would be, no, because in the mirror universe, this Star Trek would be good over there. So you're saying it's the same Star Trek. It's just people like it over there more and it's considered good. Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Who knows? It's, I don't know. I don't see any universe at all where Star Trek Discovery is heralded. I don't know. It's just so dumb. I mean, it's just so dumb.
That's why I lovingly call it Star Trek Discovery.
Discovery, yeah, that's a good term for it. I'm gonna go and I have to step away for just a sec. I need a refill on my scotch. I'll be right back.
Scotch.
Yeah,
right, go get it.
Bye. Hold on, just a sec.
Columbus Banker Bob for $5. Hail, gents. Gary, I asked this on Patreon. If I want to start Doctor Who, did I miss it? If I don't respond to a message on Patreon, just hit me up on email. Because I've got so much going on. I'm sorry. If I want to start Doctor Who, with what season should I start, a beginning or another? Thanks. Have a great night. Columbus Banker Bob, if you've never watched Doctor Who before, I would definitely say start with the modern series. Start with Christopher Eccleston, 2005, season 1. If you like it, if you like it past that, you watch it up until the 50th anniversary episode. And if you really do end up liking it, hit the classics. That's what a lot of newer fans did that I noticed, that they couldn't get enough of it. So they went back to the classics. I would stay away. I mean, after season 9, you really don't need to watch it anymore. I would go right up to the 50th anniversary and just kind of stop there. And then when you go back to the classics, start with the third Doctor. The first 2 Doctors, classic fans, don't lynch me. Okay. It's in black and white. The production value is lower. So it takes a certain degree of love to like those. But once you see them, they're fantastic. The storytelling is great. And you find out why this show has made it. And I talked about it in my live stream earlier today. It wasn't production value. And it's the, God, I'm losing my words today. It's really, that's the word I'm looking for. It's not the production. It's you know what? It's the epitome of creativity. They were forced to be creative due to their budget constraints. All right. And so they were forced to give performances surrounded by paper mache and tinfoil. They were forced to write in these situations, but it forced the creatives to be creative. And the actors took it seriously, and they took it all seriously. And it wasn't a joke to them. And unfortunately, the people who are in charge of it now have all this money, right? All this production value, and they think it's silly and they don't take it seriously. And it shows. So yeah, it's great storytelling. It's fun. It's a really unique idea. The Doctor is I know people have said they borrowed from this and that, but it turned into its own very unique thing. And that's why we love it. And it's science fiction, but it's more fantasy. You can have a lot more fun. It's mixed genres too. That's why I like Doctor Who. It's a lot of mixed genres. And the overall message of basically use your brain over anything else. I like that message a lot. Not saying I do that all the time. I just like the message. Joel Timburo for $10. Hail Picard is also way off base tonally. Star Trek can have dark things happen, but should never feel dystopic. Also, it feels like they forgot TNG stories like The Measure of a Man and many others, says Joel Timburo for $10. I agree. They forgot a lot of things about Star Trek. Again, I know there's it's funny that the people who are criticizing us for criticizing a TV show, that requires a lot of getting into our head, which good luck getting into my head and knowing what I consider Star Trek. I'm pretty easy on it, to be honest with you. Listen, I could get over the technology. I can get over aesthetic if it was written well. If it was written well, I could get over a lot of shit. I'm just not buying this Star Trek. It's mean. It's dystopic. Again, Kurtzman couldn't write a likable character if his life depended on it. And he's making Jean-Luc Picard a dick. And I don't appreciate it. And he's a dick. And they're doing it on purpose because they want to break Jean-Luc down, because they bring up hubris a lot. And they have women, because they made him a dick. He has a lot of hubris in this series. So they're setting it up so he gets humble, and at the end he sees the error of his ways. I had a video when this was announced. My prediction for this show would be a young woman shows Jean-Luc Picard the error of his ways, and it reinvigorates him later in his life. And that's essentially what's happening right now, except they decided to throw in Firefly and a crew and some ugly ship. And yeah. What say you, Doomcock? I mean,
I'd say it's a hodgepodge.
Yeah,
I think that in the same way, I drew a parallel between the shanty outside the Vasquez Rocks and the character of Picard himself. I mean, they have basically taken it upon themselves to undermine Star Trek in every possible way. And I think that what better way to complete the destruction of our franchise, our myth of Star Trek, than to attack a living avatar of Star Trek. If there was one on the Next Generation, it was Picard, and by basically conning or buying into the vanity of the actor, they have somehow managed to go ahead and put him through the ringer. He will never be the same after this. The character of Picard is being destroyed in front of our eyes.
Mm-hmm.
It is not Picard, but it does enough to lodge that doubt in your head, to lodge that sense of unease, a cognitive dissonance between the Picard that you remember and this parody that's on the screen. And I mean, some of that is an inevitable kind of consequence of aging. But if they had an older, declining Picard, still fundamentally the same, with the same dignity and the same, reason, rationality, formality, it would be a very poignant and an interesting take on the character. But this thing is not Picard. He's not going to go ahead and resign from the Enterprise to do this silly ass mission to go help the Romulans that can help themselves. And he is not going to be cowering behind a table and whimpering, and then get out his cane to whack a Romulan. It's insane. It's so stupid. And to tolerate this nothing, this Raffi, to call him JL. Hey, JL, let's go grab some KFC and then watch some Nat Geo. Fuck you. I mean, really, it's so degrading. It's degrading. And that is, they seem to have a pathological hatred of Star Trek. and want to degrade it in any way possible. And they're doing a great job of it.
They really are. And at this point, it's very deliberate. And that's the part that, I mean, it's like the fact that you're going out of your way to undo this, doing it with glee, people are going to pop off. People are going to get really, really mad. And I think a lot of this comes from ignorance, okay? So that they don't realize that they're damaging the past. I will give it that. I think there's a lot of people who are just aren't aware. And then I think there's the dickheads out there who are aware, and they feel the need to rewrite history because, again, to go back to the social engineering part, we are a platform. We want to influence. I think that plays a huge part in this. And it might be, it's because the creatives in Hollywood, they really get by. I'm going to use this word as it is applied to creatives and not repurposers, talent. Okay. So I think, for example, there's a lot of directors out there, say Matthew Vaughn or anything. He does his due diligence and stuff, but I think they rely heavily on their talent. And they, once you reach a certain a certain level in Hollywood, there's a lot of work you don't have to do anymore. Like Quentin Tarantino doesn't have to do a lot of work. He just has to show up and direct. I'm sure he's there, but there's that grunt work that really keeps you involved in your thing. You don't have to do. Kurtzman was given $25 million. He was showrunner. He pops in and directs here and there. He writes an episode. He's doing 5 things at once. This guy can't get one thing right. How is he doing 2 shows right now? I think he's executive producing what, Hawaii Five-0, Star Trek, and now this Clarice show and a fucking David Bowie show.
Getting work. Why? When he cannot even do one show competently. Honestly, I don't understand it, Gary. What the fuck is going on?
Part of Hollywood, one of the biggest problems that I noticed when I worked there, that I noticed when I recently went down there, is they are really disconnected with their audience and fans, like more now than ever. And that there is no excuse for that. Like, you can talk to each other on Twitter, and there is no connection. I don't want to. There's a very nice person I met at the Orville. And I'm not going to call him out. Again, he was a nice person. He's not this huge Star Trek fan, but he's a professional in Hollywood and he's good at his job, but he's not, he's a creative. He's not a fan. So he said that Star Trek Discovery at CBS is this big success. And it took me aback, and I wasn't going to pop off at the guy. I was a guest somewhere, and I'm not going to be confrontational with somebody who's been perfectly lovely to me all day. I just kind of bit my tongue and, okay. Yeah, all right. But I told Doomcock about this, and I'm like, yeah, that's the point of view there. They don't really know. They don't have their finger on the pulse of fandom. Very few people do, actually. It's something you have to immerse. I mean, you guys do, and a lot of YouTubers do, because we live, breathe this shit every day. Unhealthily, some might say. I disagree, but they can say that. And, it's something I've done day in, day out for decades. And that's not something you can learn overnight. And even if you do all the work necessary, you're not going to learn enough. Kurtzman doesn't do that work. Most of them don't do that work. They don't bother. They don't understand. And that's why these things aren't working. There is a certain amount of work. You can figure this shit out. I'm not saying you're going to get a success every time, but fans can tell how much you're trying. We can sniff that shit out. And effort does matter. Even with the Sonic movie, I don't know how well it's going to do, but the fact that the director, listened to the fans, changed the look, that guy's going to be popular forever in fandom amongst the Sonic fans and stuff, because he listened. Simple act of listening.
Well, it's respect.
Yeah.
Without respect, we reject, and respect is also mirrored in effort. Look at Harv Bennett, the perfect example. Harv Bennett was, the producer of the $6 Million Man. And, they wanted to bring in a television guy who knew how to bring in things cheaply, because after the next Star Trek, the motion picture, basically disappointed. I mean, it was kind of a bomb, frankly. It was not what the franchise needed. And they're like, well, shit, we've got this set and everything, and we can amortize this. Maybe we'll bring in a TV guy and just nickel and dime it and try to squeeze out one more movie. And they talked to Harv Bennett. Harv Bennett didn't know anything about Star Trek, literally. And he, over the next few months, went over to Paramount and screened every single episode of Star Trek. Screened every single episode. And it was his realization of, what, that Space Seed one with Khan. I think Khan is our guy. I mean, look at it. Look at Wrath of Khan. Most of it, it's a bottle show. I mean, most of it happens on the bridge of the Enterprise and a redressed bridge of the Enterprise for the Reliant. So, I mean, they really were nickel and diming, really amortizing the expense of that fancy bridge that they built. But that is respect. That was a guy, Harv Bennett, knew Star Trek by the time he went in there and made up for lost time. And between him and Nicholas Meyer's script, Nicholas Meyer, Jesus, what a great job he did in crafting this screenplay, which is a Frankenstein quilt of a script, by the way. I mean, it was based on like 5 different other scripts that had been created, and at one point it was going to fail. And Jack Swords is credited with writing the script for Wrath of Khan, but actually it was because he was contractually guaranteed it, and it was like literally it was like 2 weeks away from either shit or get off the pot. You're gonna have to shoot
That's
this
crazy
thing or not, and he was like, and nobody's on board, and it's like, am I gonna direct this thing or not? Nicholas Meyer says. And the guys are like, well, we just, we've got these 5, none of them are good. I don't know. And it's like, look, if I can cobble something together, can we shoot? I want to direct this thing. It was, he was early in his career. He wanted to direct. And they're, well, Nick, I mean, we can't even get your contract together in time for that. I mean, in 10 days. I mean, it's basically, we have to have a script in 10 days or we can't move forward. And he's like, fuck my credit. Just look, let me look at these things. And he queried everyone, including Nimoy, Shatner, everyone, just saying anybody that has a moment out of any of these scripts that they like, or a scene or a character, let me know. And then by God, in 10 days, he cobbled together the script for Wrath of Khan that pleased everyone. He didn't get credit for it, but it was his script. And again, respect.
It made the best Star Trek movie. And I was a kid. I was when it came out in 82, right? So I was 12 when I saw it. And that was everything I wanted out of Star Trek that I felt like I hadn't seen. So loved the show. It was actiony, but I just wanted to see something modernized. And at the time it was perfect. I mean, it was kind of action Trek, but it was still Star Trek, and freaking they brought Khan back. And oh my God, I went back and watched that movie over and over and over again because they showed that respect. It's not that, the time you invest in it doesn't have to be all the years of your life, like Game of Thrones. I saw the first 3 episodes, freaking fell in crazy love with it. I turned into a stalker boyfriend. George R. Martin needed to get a restraining order against me. I bought all the books. I obsessively read them, staying up late at night when I had to work the next day, reading these books over and over and over again. You get, and I did that because I liked it. I didn't know it was going to maybe kind of pay off in a YouTube thing, but 10 years later, but that's being a fan, but also showing, I doubt Kurtzman sat down and watched all the episodes. We know Jodie Whittaker for Doctor Who started to watch some episodes, got intimidated and stopped, and it shows. And there's no way in hell Kurtzman sat down and watched all of Star Trek.
No.
There's no fucking way.
There's no way Kurtzman watched any Star Trek.
Yep.
That piece of garbage.
YouTube clips.
And you talk about you don't have to spend your whole life, doing this, but we did.
Yeah.
I did. I've spent my whole life, from the time that I could read, I was reading Marvel comics, DC comics, watching, geeky shows on TV. My whole life I have trained to be Doomcock. And I'm sorry. I understand if you want to work in this stuff. Look at your point exactly. That Harv Bennett. He had the respect to recognize that he was a visitor in our world, but he did not wreck the furniture and drink right out of the milk carton and drain our liquor cabinet and not flush the toilet. You know what I mean? He came in the house and left it better than it was when he came in. That is respect. And that's really all it takes. I mean, I will give a show a break, even if they're not of my tribe, even if, okay, they haven't, they're not geeks, they haven't devoted their whole life, but God damn it. I'm owed some respect for the depth of knowledge and taste in a lifetime of geek cred that I have accumulated. And you come and spit in my face, you're dead to me creatively. I will never fucking accept any of your shit again.
When you take on an established property, it's the Doomcock's the fan you have to have in mind, not the lowest common denominator, the highest common denominator. And not, you don't have to throw it full of member berries or anything, but you have to just keep that reverence in mind. Just the basic reverence. Like when I was asked to be the only time I was ever asked to be a best man in a wedding, it was this German family. They were like really, really German. So I didn't know German, but I learned my speech. I did my speech. A portion of it was in German. I went out and learned this portion, talked to my German friend, learned how to, just to impress the grandma. Okay. Cause apparently the grandma's big on family and culture. And I did that little extra effort, and my God, they loved me. They love me just because I mangled up a German sentence in a best man speech. You take your time to, that's it. And they're making millions of dollars. I would be motivated. If I got $25 million from CBS, I'd be I'd be just like, I can rent a cabin and I'll go get everything on, I'm sure they give me the Masters, by the way. I want to see everything, and I'll just watch that shit all day long. That would, but you know what? They see that as an inconvenience. It takes time. So they can't go on a yacht and do a bunch of coke. Takes time away from their coke.
Exactly.
F the Oscars, says Psycho Dwarf 9, $2. I agree. I totally agree. Uncle Salty 71 for $3.99 says 25%. He says 25.0, but 20. I know he means 25%. Yeah. And it's so obvious. We went over that last week. The 25% is like more obvious now than ever to me. So there you go. Hail, gentlemen. Okay.
By the way, Joaquin Phoenix won for Joker. Best actor for Joker. That's fantastic.
Good.
That's absolutely fantastic.
Now he'll give us some woke speech. I just want to say, don't let her. Styrofoam is bad, and don't fart anymore. Stop farting.
And actually, I played Joker as a woman.
Yes.
As a woman, I was the contortionist lady in the circus in that one scene. I was channeling her. So love me, Hollywood, love me.
If you don't think was it?
I don't think he'll do that.
Was it? I don't think so. Wasn't Marlon Brando his last role where he wouldn't wear pants on the set because he was getting really big? God, what movie was it? Where he was it
the Dr. Moreau? Island of Dr. Moreau?
I think so. Yes, it was.
He would like wear this sarong and no pants.
God, he was weird. He's a weird dude, man. Marlon was a weird dude.
He was.
Good actor.
Was. I remember on Superman when he went in to have the meeting with Donner. He was like, "I'm gonna play Jarrell like a green suitcase," and he was I feel that is the way to perform Jarrell. And fortunately, Donner had been, cautioned, and he said, "No, Marlon, you're not." He was been told Marlon Brando is going to push your buttons and try to undermine you from the get go. And so he was ready, and he basically said, "Yeah, you're going to play it like I want you to play it. You're getting paid $1 million for about 10 hours of work, so fuck you.
Yep.
And he was like, okay.
Then he did a great job. My God, he did a great job.
It's not much to it, but I tell you what, boy.
My dude, that speech in the Fortress of Solitude, I don't know, it gets me, but maybe I'm
it's good. No, it's fine, but I mean, shit, anybody competent with that voice could do that. I mean, but his performance in Apocalypse Now,
I saw a snail crawling on a razor blade.
That was incredible.
Hit me in the forehead like a diamond, something like that. It's all those severed arms.
He was incredible, and the way they shot that. I mean, in Apocalypse Now, Milius had scripted a big kind of firefight ending with Colonel Kurtz and Martin Sheen, basically mano a mano, like with machine guns, like repelling an invasion of the camp. I mean, basically it joined it, but Francis Ford Coppola, when Marlon Brando showed up and was grossly overweight, he was like, oh my God, this is not going to work. And so he actually started going ahead and improvising. Days and days of improv with Marlon Brando, just posing questions to Marlon Brando. And it's something else, because he'd say, like, what is the bloodlust? He goes, the bloodlust. Oh, let me tell you about and a lot of those monologues, like the severed arms, came out of those sessions, those questions. That was not scripted. That was Marlon Brando improvising.
Only Marlon Brando could improvise a snail crawling on it. I mean, it's fucking awesome. And talking about the severed arms of the kids from the inoculations, and it was good shit. It was so good. I love that movie. Saigon shit.
Saigon shit.
Japala 821 for $2. This episode topped Greta Thunberg. The episode. What the fuck? How dare you? Maticus Finch for 1820, $5. Hail Gary and Doomcock. Have you guys seen the new Harley Quinn cartoon? It's hilarious, witty, and well written. Though it would thought it would be woke, I was surprised. It's still kind of woke, but it's good. It's actually it's in the spirit of Bruce Timm Paul Dini, and it works better animated. You can do shit like that in the animated series. I'm just over Harley Quinn. I liked her in the animated series, and I wouldn't mind her in a movie. And the cartoon was okay. It was. But yeah, I just, it's like Deadpool with me. I don't like Deadpool in the comics at all. Never have. I love the movie, but I've never been a Deadpool fan.
Right.
But I understand why people like them. That's cool. I got you. It just gets old after a while. Jaeger bomb. We got that Nettle Nerd to get to because it jumped on me. Okay, here we go. Orville Nation for $10. Holden reads Miguel de Cervantes, named the ship the Rocinante. Rios reads Miguel de Unamuna. I can't even pronounce it. The Miguel de Unamuna essays. A ship name. By the way, he's reading a book in the 24th, 5th century and names ship La Serena. Are you kidding me? Even both authors are named Miguel. Yeah, it's pretty obvious that they're ripping off The Expanse. Yeah, it's and Orville Nation, stay on top of them about that because I don't know how Seth feels about Star Trek Picard. I think everybody wanted to like it. Everybody I talked to, including myself, I'm like, I hope it's good. I want it to be good. I don't think it will be. It's got Kurtzman's name on it, but I want it to be good. That was my desire. It wasn't. 7 of 9 shooting a gun like she's like in a Quentin Tarantino movie, like shooting her double phaser right. I mean, it's like that shit's not Star Trek. It's just not. And it was, you know what? I know they kind of did that crap in the movies too, and I didn't like it there either. Rule for $2. You guys are better than the Oscars. Thank you. I appreciate
Of course
that.
we are.
Yes. We are less woke than the Oscars.
Well, yeah. I mean, vastly less woke.
Yeah. And I have as many Oscars as Alex Kurtzman has. Or maybe he won one. Oh, God, if he won one, that would kill me. Just a few bucks for my two favorite YouTubers. Thanks, guys. What acting, Gary? Oh, for Casey Osowski for $5. That's a good point. The pretending that was in Picard, the professional pretending. Actually, that's what people are getting awarded for, by the way. This Oscar ceremony, this self-important, blusterous fucking bullshit that they're spending. That thing costs millions of dollars to produce, and they're going to tell us about conserving resources when they're wearing clothing that costs $25,000 and they're fucking telling us how to fucking live our lives. That's why I don't watch the fucking Oscars. They can get fucked. And they're pretending. These people are pretending for a living. And they're self-important. I mean, they should be up there thanking fucking God or whatever thing they worship that they get to pretend for a living and make millions of dollars doing it. And then they get to bitch about it. Seriously. I think that's a lot of the anger with fandom is that it's not even the message. It's the fact that you're whinging about shit when you don't have to worry about it. Well, a lot of you guys, especially at this award show, don't have to worry about shit for the rest of your life. And your kids don't have to worry about it either. I know everybody's not like that in Hollywood, but those aren't the people getting celebrated right now. Those aren't the people wearing $25,000 fucking dresses. The people who are actually working and actually being creative are making dick right now. And your chickens are going to come home to roost. I am not like Mr. Rah-Rah union guy or anything like that, but I guess the Writers Guild is going to be going on strike here pretty soon, Doomcock.
Yes, that's what I've heard.
Yep. The streaming wars are, and it's going to be just like, and listen, the strike in 10 years ago, I was in Hollywood right after that strike ended. There was a lot of animosity towards the writers and people were pissed. And it ended up making wages lower for a lot of people because a lot of people got fired and then they started hiring people permanently, and they started this 1099 contract shit that is pretty much everything they live off. They started moving post-production to Bangalore, India. Yeah, that's what the last strike did. So what you're basically going to do is turn Hollywood's going to move to Silicon Valley because Netflix can sign a deal with the writers and the studios can't. So they'll keep going. Mm-hmm. And that's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. They deserved, listen, if you're a creative and you're good, you deserve to make more money. I am of the belief you're as good, you make what you make. Cream rises to the top. There should be, if you're a writer, it's a luxury. You're fucking writing. Okay. You're not like working on, you're not working on our electrical grid or anything like that. That's the kind of shit we need. So, I mean, you get what you get. Work, negotiate a better deal. What does Robert Meyer Burnett say? You're only as good as what you negotiate or something like that. I agree with that. Jury nitpicker. But if you screw people over, especially the fandom, go on strike. We'll just watch live streams. We'll be fine. Jury nitpicker, $4.99. I've been a big fan of Star Trek or Doctor Who. I've never been a big fan of Star Trek or Doctor Who. Star Wars was my dad and I's bonding movies. It's what we shared. So I could at least understand your anger. There you go. That's why I got angry at the sports ball when my team was pulled out of San Diego. It's the same thing. Fandom is fandom. And the NFL fans are the biggest suckers on the planet. Sorry, you are. They pull teams out of cities and people still root for that team. Fuck that.
That is, yeah, that's kind of pathetic. I always view teams like that as traitors, and I have no patience for it.
Yeah. So, and that's what I bonded with my dad over. So I totally get that. Whatever you bond with pops over or mom or whatever, that's your special series. That's why Doctor Who was special to me. That's what I bonded with my kids over. And yeah. And they just, basically said they didn't want my kids around anymore watching the show because they want to choose their fandom. They only want, you can't do that. It doesn't work like that. It's like trying to start a movement on the internet. It's like trying to create a viral video. You can't do it. Fizenthorpe for $20. Just wanted to thank you two for great content. Why? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have any idea how many of us schedule our Sunday nights around the Inquisition? I actually don't. You and Doomcock's viewpoints complement each other beautifully. Don't change a thing. Fizzenthorpe for $20. Wow, Doomcock, that was.
We will not change a thing. Just keep on coming every Sunday, and we will keep the same quality or even better. It's just going to get better as time goes on, folks.
Yes. Progress, not perfection, but I definitely want to improve for sure.
Absolutely.
Mike Vibe for $5. My judgment for Star Trek Picard is bonk, bonk on the head, bonk, bonk.
Yes, yep. From Miri. Love it. Grups, absolutely.
Dreary Nitpicker for $4.99. P.S. Gary, that vid you shared of the girl dressed up as Harley Quinn cut me deep. I truly believe DC is right. They are purposely destroying our myths. Yes. I'll share that on YouTube later, guys. I don't want to share it on this video because I should have probably thought that one out Friday night. So I apologize, but I just saw Birds of Prey, and every time I see Harley Quinn, I think of this girl who came by my shop. She'd never been there before. She came in on a random Thursday. We got to talking. She said she loves Harley Quinn. She says, I cosplay. And I'm like, oh, I'd love to see the costume someday. You know, I didn't think she would run home and put it on and come right back, but she did. And like full makeup, it looked freaking awesome. And she sang me a song, and she brought her friends, and they were dressed as Poison Ivy and everything. And she sang me a song, and then they left. It was the weirdest thing. There's a very sad story connected to that, though. It's really, really sad. And you realize why she did that. Well, she passed away. So she had a liver disease. And she knew she was passing away. So when I said, hey, I'd love to see the costume, she's like, well, you know, he's going to have to see it now. And she was really bubbly and full of energy and just like full of life and enjoying every minute she could, and staring down the face of this like a warrior, like a champ. And I don't have a proper word for like how brave she was, and like real fucking brave, not this bullshit that you see in fucking Hollywood. So that video's on, I keep it around. I share it once in a while. It was my single favorite moment ever at my shop. And you know, she was pretty cool, pretty amazing. Honestly, it's been so long. I blanked on her. It's been, I didn't think about it for like 5 years. Mm-hmm. I'm friends with one of her friends on Facebook, and I want to get permission. I might do a video on it or something like that, just to give her a tribute. But I got to make sure it's okay with the family first. John Thomas for $2. He gives a donation, but doesn't say anything, but he's got Killing Joke in the avatar. So that's fucking awesome.
Sweet.
Hole in there. That's great. Chris Persia for Canadian $5. Picard was Rafi's enabler. He brought wine to someone who was clearly an addict. Was a great message for they're portraying. How brave and stunning. You forgot stunning Chris Persia, who was the freaking Canadian wrench. Great wrench, one of the best wrenches out there on YouTube, and a big supporter of Doomcock and I. Thank you very much. Rogue 9 for $4.99. I think I know what the final insult to Doctor Who canon will be. On his way out, Chibnall will give the Doctor a female name. Oh, Doomcock. If they actually name the Doctor and it's like Jenny. It's like, by the way, my name is Jennifer or Felicia.
Oh, that's just fucking awful.
Chibnall and Kurtzman are like birds of a feather, man. Two
turds of a feather.
Turds of a feather. It's right
that's
there
what they
in front
are.
of me. Good one, man. Well done. Richard Ford for $2. And where was number one? The guard dog from episode 1. Where was the dog? Doomcock. Where was the goddamn dog? He's got a pit bull.
Yeah, well, the dog was cowering behind the table, going, kind of whining. Either that or the dog was desperately trying to grab the phaser that Jean-Luc Picard had forgotten all about.
Right.
Jesus. That's possible.
Probably. Or he was humping one of the Romulans' legs.
Yeah, humping one of the fallen Romulans' leg.
Yeah.
Because, desperate times.
Yeah. Made it his girlfriend. That's all. Robert Maidana for $5. Hail Doomcock and Nerdrotic. I feel like every show is the same, dark and edgy. How edgy can you be when all the shows do the same? Exactly. And this is the most basic paint by. It's not even dark and edgy. It's basic bitch. I mean, that's what it is. I hate to use that a lot, but Alex Kurtzman is not talented. He's just not.
No.
I'm sure he could put together a show and produce a Hawaii Five-0 or some soap opera out there, but like science fiction is beyond him. And if Doctor Who and Star Trek prove anything, they prove that it is more difficult to write science fiction and produce it than any other fucking thing, maybe the side of comedy. Comedy is the most difficult, but you can't be a dummy and write science fiction and fantasy. Period.
No, it doesn't work. Well, we've seen evidence of that. It just doesn't work very well at all.
Not a banned account. And he's got the premiere of China in his avatar. Oh, I'm sorry. That's Winnie the Pooh. For $1.99. Looking forward to Picard's death at the end of the season. He asked the question. Are we looking forward to, at this point? Maybe. I don't know. Are you looking forward to it?
No.
If you see Picard die and this show continues, I mean, like, oh God, if they actually fucking did that.
I'm telling you, man. Now, I don't think that I don't know. I don't know that. Look, they can't afford the guy. They can't afford the guy. So that's the harsh fiscal reality. This thing has to be a much bigger success than it is to be able to afford Picard for a second season, Patrick Stewart. So if there were this is a fiction that there's going to be a season 2. So I really would not be surprised if they went ahead and bumped him off. And the way forward is the ship is going to be called the Picard. I felt that from day one, and I'm sticking by it. That's what they're going to do.
We rechristen that ship looks like a repurposed shuttlecraft made by somebody who's like made like I don't want to dig at anybody, made by somebody who's visually impaired. We'll just say that's what it looks like. And yeah, I could see them going, oh, we'll name this Picard, this big, where they could like play a basketball game inside, play a soccer game inside of it. It's so big and cavernous, and it's ugly. God, Star Trek used to be sexy. Like that shit used to look good.
Right.
Oh.
Well, it was a bright universe. It had color. It had optimism. It was well written, literate. But these days, it's just kind of everything is blue and boring and bland, and they like it that way.
Yeah, I'm gonna do. The
reason that the Expanse looks like it does is because it's a realistic depiction of what space travel would be. I mean, it's more hard science fiction than anything. And so, they're not going to have it be, very, filled with flair and stuff. I mean, Apollo is not full of flair. The space program is not. It's not like it's glamorous. It's functional.
But Expanse has way more style. It's still. I mean, it's.
But it's not pretty. I mean, it's
no,
it's
of course not. It's gritty.
But it's realistic.
Star Trek is supposed to be pretty. It is.
Yes.
And for all the shit that the old sets get, those rickety old sets, they had the style on those sets. Kurtzman can't touch that shit. And sorry, but yeah, this is all it's about. I got my little light here. I don't know if I'm getting lens flares, but that's all that shit is. They find some power plant that they go to, and then they throw a bunch of lens flares in to make it. And that's that trick is tired and old. Are you not sick of? I'm seeing lens flares in Doctor Who now. They're like lens flaring the shit out of Doctor Who too. I hate that aesthetic. I hope it goes away very soon. Travis Geisinger for $10. I despise J.J. Kurtzman Trek, but shouldn't the Federation and Picard have trans warp beaming tech? Spock from the 2009 movie knew all about it. Then they would not need all of those ships. R.I.P. Star Trek.
Yes, that is in the Kurtzman universe, the briefcase transporters.
Yep.
So go ahead and replicate, 10,000 briefcase transporters and let them beam across the fucking galaxy.
Yeah,
if they will.
Brought that up in our first episode.
Yeah, you can beam with a suitcase clear from Earth to the Klingon Empire. This is absolutely ludicrous.
Yeah. And
They can't even remember their own shit. They cannot even keep their own shit straight.
No, I mean, and the holograms look just as good as they did in Discovery. Like there's been no advance in that technology whatsoever. And this is the problem when you introduce stuff all willy-nilly. And honestly, I can't tell the difference between the tech in Star Trek Picard and in Star Trek Discovery. I don't see any. They look like they're in the same year. I don't know how you all feel about that. I mean, they both suck too, and it's hard to see everything because there's lens flares fucking blinding me all the time.
But that's deliberate, and you know, all the stupidity, the speed of the scripts. It's like the narrative equivalent of lens flares, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, the lens flares cover up parts of the screen in the same way that a breakneck pace and Doctor Who, like jibber jabber, like speaking a mile a minute, and everything is given the same weight. And it's like a narcotic. It's like a verbal narcotic. It kind of knocks you out and dulls you. And you just kind of go through the whole episode numb because it's so hyperactive and spastic. That is like narrative lens flares because it's just boom, 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 and it just numbs you and obscures the fact that your plot makes no sense.
Yeah, that scene where Raffi is sitting there doing the investigation, and you can't see what she's working on. The only thing you see is quantum fingerprints and free cloud, and she's doing all the CSI crap, and then it's over. There were so many scenes with that where if you really, I want you to concentrate on that scene. If you have a scene where somebody's sitting down and they're typing away, you're supposed to show a little bit of it. But they were just essentially showing her working on something we knew nothing about. They also did that with Soji's scenes. They took her scenes, it was one scene, and they broke it up into 3 pieces throughout the entire episode just to sprinkle her in. The editing in this thing it's suspect, and I'm not going to blame the editors. I think there was so much, they made so many changes to this with all the reshoots that have been talked about that it's obvious at this point. And again, it looks like a Frankenstein TV show. Like there's a bunch of stuff that really wasn't connected before. Listen, Birds of Prey, there were supposed to be dick pics inside of the diamond, right? That was the MacGuffin they were changing. They changed it because it didn't test well. You can tell. So they changed it to a code to a family fortune. They bring that up in the beginning of the episode and then you're chasing the diamond, but it wasn't just the diamond you needed to get. You need to get the diamond to get the code to get the fortune. And they just completely forgot about that. It just was like, and if they would have just kept it about the egg sandwich, that'd have been fine. That'd have been fine. Star Trek Continues fan series is a testament to the fact that the repurposers at CBS don't understand Star Trek. They shut down the ability to make fan films because the fans can do it better. Sad, says Justin Gould for $10. Absolutely, my friend.
100%. And that's why Kurtzman can't tolerate anyone that knows anything about Star Trek on the staff. Can't have anyone in the writer's room that will challenge the idiotic ideas that he and his cronies are throwing out there. They don't want to know. They certainly don't want anybody in the room that knows more than they do.
Yep. And Star Trek Continues is the best fan series out there, in my opinion. And I haven't seen every one, so I don't mean to disrespect. And every fan series out there is done with love. Well, most of them. We'll say not all of them. Most of them. At least they started out with love. I don't know what they turned into after that. But Star Trek Continues is the best. And the sets are everything about it is brilliant. And they finished their run. They completed a lot of stuff. They finished stuff, and you gotta admire the fact that they finished their thing instead of talk about making it forever. Romulan assassins fight like stormtroopers shoot, says John Thomas for $3. Exactly. And they're the worst shots. I got a freeze frame of the first shot a Romulan takes at Dodge in the first episode, and it hit her. I'll show you the screenshot. When I do my season 1 videos, see it. There's a shot where the shot hits her, but it goes through her. It's just funny. It's It's a quick second, but yeah, it freaking hits her, but it doesn't hit her. Thank you, John Thomas, for the $3. Mad Vibe for $1.99. Picard's voice is weak because too much soy. Oh God, soy gets you every time. Mad soy. Soy is bad. Men should not drink it. I don't think anybody should. I'm not a fan of milk myself. Maybe in some cereal, but but not soy milk. Not soy milk.
No, not soy milk.
No soy. No soy. No. There's a
coconut milk. I don't know. None of that shit.
No.
One of my vices is eating cookies and stuff like that. Milk and cookies is traditional, but
milk and cookies, that's good. A little,
not that crap.
Yeah. A little cream in the coffee is fine.
Yeah.
By the way, I just want to say this publicly. If you were the last person to use the creamer at a coffee shop and you don't take it up to have them exchange it, you're a dick. You're just a dick. Okay. You're an inconsiderate dick. I mean, it's bad enough that you don't clean up after yourself. I'm sorry. This is my biggest pet peeve. I go into Pete's down at Stonestown here in San Francisco. The kids there who work there are freaking awesome. Some of them watch. Hello. How are you? Some of the nicest people. They remember your name when you get there. They have your drink ready for you. They're happy. They look actually happy to work there. Don't leave their stations a mess. I'm talking to the filthy San Franciscans, not you guys in the chat. You know what? Clean up after yourself, for Christ's sake. You're adults. Don't make them do it. Jet Screamer, can anyone remember when we used to be explorers? Does anybody remember laughter? That should probably follow that right there. For $2, Jet Screamer. Yes. I remember that sense of exploration. That's gone in Star Trek. We want to explore our sisters now in inappropriate ways. I guess that's exploring in a way, right, Doomcock?
Sure. Why not?
Yeah. Fucking. Our expectations are getting subverted. Our white male lead is being denigrated and brought down to size. He is properly being brought down to size because he was entitled and he had privilege, and we are stripping him of that. And once he apologizes enough, we'll allow him to make it up to us for the rest of his life. And that's their perspective, not mine. He'll never be forgiven, of course, but he'll be able to make amends until he dies. And he should die because he's got to pass the torch, because somebody else is entitled to it now.
He's toxic. I mean, he deserves what he gets.
You fight entitlement with entitlement, of course, Voyager replicate shuttles in Delta Quadrant 20 years ago. Voyager replicated shuttles in the Delta Quadrant 20 years ago. And 200-watt studio for $2, you're right. And the Discovery shit about 1,000 shuttles in the end of season 2 too. It had sex with the Enterprise in space and then gave birth to a bunch of shuttles. How many shuttles were at the end of season 2? 1,000?
It was absurd.
It was stupid.
It was absurd. And how did they fit all those shuttles in there when they have so much space taken up, empty space, by the turbo elevators?
The roller coaster.
Empty, the dun 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 dun. It's just ridiculous. And this time we didn't forget the gravy.
It's an Acme roller coaster too. Yeah, that's right. The Kelvington's here, Doomcock. The Kelvington.
Hail to the Kelvington! It is great to see you, sir.
Please just tell me that the Vulcan wasn't wearing sunglasses because she's from the mirror universe. She wasn't wearing the sunglasses because she's not from the mirror universe. I can't tell you that. She's probably from the fucking mirror universe.
She's probably from the mirror universe. Certainly, not just a Vulcan, because the Vulcans have inner eyelids because of the brightness of the Vulcan sun. So they would have absolutely no need for sunglasses on Earth.
In either universe.
Right.
And those sunglasses made her ears flap out so far, I thought she was going to fly away like Dumbo. Did you see how far her ears were sticking out? And go back and look at that screenshot. Her ears are like sticking straight out. It's
I assumed it was the strong Okinawa wind at her back.
Yes.
Just pushing her ears out like sails.
Okay, why does Kurtzman have to write every Vulcan like they're pensive assholes? Like they haven't taken a shit in 10 years or something. I mean, like they're always like on the verge of rage. Does he not understand they like what they are? Like JJ does that too. No, like even Siler from Heroes, I forgot his name. Was it Siler? Am I getting that mixed up with Alias?
No, Siler, yeah.
Siler, yeah. Was always looked like he was about to be pissed off as Spock. And I never got that.
Well, they don't understand that lack of emotion. They too often play lack of emotion and stoicism as angry. It's a kind of a shallow treatment that better actors like Tim Russ for Tuvok managed to avoid. Mark Lenard was able to avoid that as well. It's just fascinating how some actors get it and some don't, but it's very rare for an actor to get it. Just it really is. Mostly, Vulcan is a very difficult thing to play convincingly, and they generally don't do a good job.
No, unless you're Nimoy.
Nimoy,
and who played Sarek? What was his name?
Mark Lenard.
Yeah, he got it too. He was good.
He was.
June Wong for Australian $2. Welcome, June. Kurtzman went to Costco and bought Kirkman stories. Kirkman, I get you. That's the Costco brand, Kirkman.
Yes, I know it is.
Yes. God, how did you know that in Australia? Is it the same over there too? Shit, that's crazy.
That's some knowledge.
Yeah, that is some knowledge. Nightwish fan, 1991. For $5. Did all the talented writers flee Hollywood after the 2008 writer's strike? Was it 2008? And it lasted a long, because I worked in Hollywood in 2000, early 2011, late 2010.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, no, 2010 to the 2009, 2010, 2011. I guess it was 2008. Wow, that was 10 years ago. Yes, they did. Actually, a lot of things changed, and that was just from the possibility of streaming. Now we're like in it. And writers are getting screwed over, by the way, on the royalties and everything and kickbacks and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
They are getting screwed over. There's no doubt about it. Crazy Pineapple for $5. Hail, Gary and my liege. Just wanted to point out that the Vasquez Rocks are a national park, not a trailer park. And since are ripoffs of Cylons and BSG. And it's a straight up ripoff of Battlestar Galactica, because as correctly pointed out by many, if this is the Borg behind this, they're not the Cylons, dude. The Borg are more like the Cybermen. They are not like the Cylons. Cylons had motivation. They had passion. They had a god. They were human, and they were angry, and they had a plan.
Cybermen are just basically Star Trek Discovery writers. That's basically it.
Yep.
That's what they do.
Yep.
That's who they are.
Seth for $1.99 says the sunglasses in episode 3 killed it for me. That was stupid.
Of course, I mean, there was a lot worse shit in there, to be fair. But
there was, but I mean,
you're right.
They look like they got him at 7-Eleven on the way to the. They're hey, we need a pair of sunglasses, prop person. Okay, I'm by a Sevi right now. It's Circle K. I'm sorry, Circle K. I'll just grab them, $5.99. We'll put it on the expense account.
Yeah, and they stuck them on crooked. I mean, they were crooked on her face, and I think the reason for that is that the ear job was clumsy. And if they wanted the sunglasses to sit straight, they would have had to redo the ear job, which would have cost them time and money. So, they were crooked. And you might well think, well, why don't we just skip the sunglasses altogether? Well, shit, they paid $10.99 for those motherfuckers. They're going to use them.
Yeah.
Money doesn't grow on trees.
Like, that shit costs money, man. And this ain't Star Trek Discovery. We don't have this endless well of money. And then we got like, look at her ears, man. She is gonna fly away.
They are crooked, goofy as hell. And yes, the glasses are crooked.
Oh my gosh, she's got Pelosi eyebrows too. Okay. A lot of Botox going on right there. You know what? Our boy Patrick has a ton of Botox too. Right around his eyes, you can see the work.
Does he?
Yeah, he got a lot of work done.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Vulcans don't wear sunglasses. The Picard. The Picard. I like it. I like that a lot. Very good. Very good. Here we go. Let's get the chat back up. I like showing the chat because it's about you guys. All right. Sorry about that. Here we go. Here we go. Hail. I already read that one. Dummy. And that one too. Psycho Dwarf 9 for $5. I figured it out. Kurtzman is a hentai freak. That's his plots. You think Kurtzman's into the hentai? Thanks for the $5.
I don't know. What how does that relate to what he's done?
Maybe the brother-sister plot, maybe.
Well, that's Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe.
That's interesting.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe. You know, I don't know. I think hentai might be a little too butch for Kurtzman. If you know what I'm saying.
Probably.
Yeah. Just throwing it out there. Oscar I'm not hey, it's okay. I'm not judging. Just like whatever you're into. That's cool. Oscar Perez for $10. All my childhood series that shaped my life are dead. Star Trek, Star Wars, Ghostbusters, He-Man, Thundercats, iCarly. I love how you threw iCarly in there. I used to watch iCarly. I see it every episode, man. I had kids. That Drake and Josh watched it all. 440K is on its way, but they are fighting. We need 40K now to smash the PC. You mean Warhammer? Warhammer?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know much about Warhammer, but you guys, I think you're safe, man, because you're niche. You're niche. I think you're safe. There's things they're gonna come for first. So I think Lord of the Rings is next. I think they're really coming for that hard, but I think it's going to be too late to come for that, even though the late, great Christopher Tolkien just passed. Rest in peace, good sir, champion. Just freaking love that guy. So, and he lived a good, long life and everything, but he was a protector of his dad's vision for so long. What a good kid. Mm-hmm. Yeah, hopefully the heirs to the Tolkien estate show that much reverence and realize that you own probably the best IP now. To me, the most valuable, best IP is Lord of the Rings because it hasn't been fucked with. You know, say what you want about The Hobbit. It didn't kill anything. It you know, they were just bad movies that I enjoyed, to be honest with you. But
I couldn't get into The Hobbit at all. I mean, in fact, I didn't bother to watch the third one, you know, and the other two I only watched on HBO, you know, when they came on. It just, man, it was bloated. It was charmless. Bloated. It was dumb. I just couldn't get into it.
Bloated and without soul because they didn't film it on location. I mean, Lord of the Rings, I might do a video. I love these movies so much. I might do a video on why I love them. And part of the reason I love them is they filmed it on location, a lot of practical effects. Mm-hmm. They were limited at the time because special effects were in transition, and Weta basically went over and ripped everything off from Lucasfilm and did it better. And good for them. Like Weta's fucking fantastic. And I think they gave Peter Jackson too many toys. Plus, he gets a lot of shit. Guillermo del Toro was supposed to direct those movies and he fucking backed out like he always does on shit. Peter Jackson broed out the studios and directed them, and nobody else could have. And they're lucky they got what they did. Mm-hmm. And that was all because he was working with Guillermo del Toro, who flaked out for whatever reason. I know people love him and stuff, but he's a flake. Dude's a flake. He flakes out on a lot of projects. So does Frank Darabont. And, you know, that's the problem with, I mean, he's a true creative. I've met the man. He's really nice. But, you know, he left him kind of high and dry on that one. And Peter Jackson's pretty nice too. And so is Philip.
Oh, yeah. Williams. Well, I mean, God, a guy that, you know, did Dead Alive, aka Brain Dead, the Sumatran rat monkey. Come on. One of us.
Hell yeah.
Too funny. It was great stuff.
Captain Spire, for $5. Does it even matter who owns the right to Star Trek when it's still reined in by woke individuals? I just feel The only hope is to stop it all now. Captain Spire, yes. That's where I'm at with Doctor Who. And yeah, I'm pretty much there with Star Trek. I wanted to give Picard a chance. Listen, I'm going to wait till I see the entire series, but I've seen enough of Doctor Who, and the plug needs to be pulled. I said it on the live stream today. I'll say it right here again. This is the only chance you have, BBC. Get rid of Chibnall, Jodie, right now. Film a special. Regeneration, like I said earlier in the live stream, turn it around right fucking now, or it's over. Same with Star Trek. Finish Picard. Forget your second season. Don't, like Doomcock said, don't air anything else. Kurtzman, and just start over. Of course, they're not going to do this stuff. I understand that, but that's what it would take. Right now, they probably know that, but they need to get a return on their investment. I understand that. So that's why they're going to release it anyway, to get something out of it. And they'll get something because there's enough fans out there who just want to buy something that says Star Trek, that has those right letters in the right order that say Star Trek. That's about how much it means to them. And they just love everything that comes from it. And that's okay. Honestly,
I don't know how you can call yourself a legitimate fan and have that attitude. I don't know how you can have any self-respect and have that attitude.
It's the fans like that and the normies that normies can be guided, though. I don't blame normies. They're not fans. They just come in and out with whatever they like, but they do end up paying for all the big stuff, right? Honestly, when it comes to comic books, I'd have much preferred it stayed niche. It was nice to see some movies, but honestly, it wasn't worth the industry going up in flames, or it's changing drastically. Yeah, it's sad. Jeg for $5. Word is Bird of Prey was reworked for better action to remove wokeness, but the market team didn't get the memo. DCEU avoids SJWs again. Release the Snyder Cut. Hell yeah, release that Snyder Cut. Yeah, I think it's a holdover. And yeah, I do think they tried to dial down the misogyny, and as far as politically, there's not politics in it. There's none. It's all like men bad. That's all. Yeah, which is just like Doctor Who. JRG Projects for $5. I'm rewatching Star Trek Enterprise on Netflix. The opening theme for season 3 is like a breath of fresh air. Oh God, how's that song? How's that stupid song? It's been a long time. Yeah. Oh,
getting God. From there to here. Ugh, God.
Whoever thought that was a good idea needs to be kicked.
What a come down from the amazing theme song to Voyager by Jerry Goldsmith, and then that silly shit. Didn't Rod Stewart write that or something?
Probably. What's your favorite Star Trek theme?
For the TV shows, TV shows, it'd probably be Voyager. I get chills when I listen to that. It's like, God, that show, if only it had lived up to that potential, it would have been incredible. But overall, I think my favorite piece of Star Trek music was probably James Horner's Wrath of Khan soundtrack. I think that's incredible.
Agreed. I like it's the Next Generation theme I don't like. I like and the Enterprise theme. I like DS9. I like Voyager. And yes, James Horner's Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan which is essentially the same soundtrack as 48 Hours. And they're both great. It's funny, the in the fog scene where Eddie Murphy and Kate's are running around in the San Francisco fog is the same music as the Enterprise
in the Matara Nebula.
In the Nebula, yeah. It's insane. It's so cool. It's
so
funny.
Have you heard the soundtrack to Krull?
Yes.
It's very similar to Wrath of Khan, and it was very shortly before he did Wrath of Khan. He felt that his score to Krull was rushed, and it is. It's kind of crude. But it was like a prototype, and a lot of it's extremely similar. I just have to say that.
No, but it's still good. Man was a genius. And he had a bunch of teenagers. It's weird that I felt alone when I was a teenager and I'm listening to soundtracks. I hid that from everybody. I think one friend knew, and my mom knew, and my sister threatened to tell people, and it would like have and it would have power over me. She would get, like, I don't know. If I caught her drinking or something like that, she'd go, I'll tell people you listen to freaking soundtracks and read comics. And I'd fucking like, shh, quiet, because being a nerd back then was risky. It was.
Jesus. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. But, geez, that's terrible.
I liked girls. I wanted them to talk to me. I didn't realize how wrong I was till later, but that's the way it goes, Dixon Cider for $10. Dixon Cider. Question for the Inquisition. I sent Mary Mayhem one Build-A-Bear candy, bath bombs, dog tags, and a Valentine's card. Do you think I overdid it in my appreciation gift? Did you get a restraining order in return?
If no restrain, you didn't have to refrain.
There you go. Yes. Yes. I don't think, I think you're fine, man. I think you're fine. She might have added a couple of locks to her door now, but I mean, are you watching her sleep every night or just a couple of nights a week? Dixon Cider. Captain Spire.
Given his name, I would say probably mostly.
Yeah. Just call me Dix for short. Captain Spire for $5. Star Trek Discovery Season 3 is a future with no Federation. Picard is showing the breakdown of the United Federation of Planets. How is this Gene's vision of an evolved humanity at all? Asked Captain Spire. Well, hey, according to some people out there, this is Gene's vision. This is it.
People that don't know Gene Roddenberry, don't know Star Trek. Sure, you can say that. Shit. Yeah. I could basically say that My Pretty Pony was inspired by the works of Malcolm X. Same logic.
If you sound validity. Exactly. If you sound convincing enough on YouTube, you can sound convincing, basically. But the thing is, consistency of argument. We all have different tastes. We all like it. But if you came out and said, hey, this is shit, but I like it. I know it's shit, but I like it. I respect that. I respect the hell out of that.
Yeah. You can't argue with that. I mean, that's a debate proof position. It's like, well, if you know it's shit, but you still like it, well, that's the end of the conversation. It's like, I'm not going to criticize you for, having a preference I don't share. I mean, as long as you're not deluded into thinking it's Star Trek or it's quality or that it makes any sense, go for it,
But if you spent a couple of years shitting on Star Trek Discovery and then you flip and like this, I can say in 3 episodes, it's not as bad as Star Trek Discovery. That's because it's got Sir Patrick Stewart in it, but it's still not good. But I don't find that a consistent argument because this is Star Trek Discovery. They're essentially the same thing. They have the same logic, freaking plot holes, difficulty in, again, scenarios. I don't want to call them plot points. They are built-in scenarios just to get from one point to another. It's almost like they're just trying to create something passable to put product on streaming service so people will watch identifiable product. And that way they at least have content without thinking of the art. And I know fundamentally that's what it is, but Star Trek isn't Star Wars. It's not this built-in thing. You actually do have to work at it to make it something that people are going to watch. And this isn't it. This is Star Trek Discovery. So I would question if somebody spent 2 years liking Star Trek Discovery and then they like Star Trek Picard, that's a consistent argument. I see it. I mean, I disagree with you, but it's a consistent argument. Yeah,
that's it. Well, the explanation is they are cretins. So cheers. All right. I'm not going to argue with a cretin, it's just, there's no point, but Star Trek Discovery is demonstrably awful. It is not subjective. It is objectively awful. It is just substandard. You can point. Yeah, I mean, you can't even get to all the data points for just how bad that shit is. There's no way that you can drill down and say, I have exhaustively identified every single thing that was wrong with this episode, because someone else will come up with something different. It is bottomless. It is a bottomless pit of suck. Mm-hmm. Objectively. And I'm sorry. If you do not see that, aesthetically, there is something. Your aesthetic gland is not functioning. You need a pill or something, because you are.
Hey, it might be the pills. There's a lot of pills out there where it says right in the side of your bottle, affects judgment. Just
there you go. It might well be. It's vaccines, mercury in the vaccines, fluoride in the water, turning the frogs gay, whatever it is.
Turning you into Star Trek Discovery fans. The water. No.
That's right.
Zabe Denton for $5. Picard said Starfleet gave into intolerance and fear. Yes, he did. What does intolerance even mean here? That's such a great point. The writers live in a bubble, using bubble speak. Think about the context of the argument. They had a bunch of ships attacked in the shipyards by synths. They had other people in the Federation willing to pull out. Their resources, according to the story, I'm not saying they couldn't build more ships and stuff, but according to the story, their resources had run thin. What the fuck were they going to do? How is that intolerant? How is it intolerant when you run out of shit?
That's my point.
Yeah.
That's my point. It's intolerant towards bankruptcy. It's intolerant towards another losing a planet whose atmosphere inexplicably is on fire. Makes no sense, but okay, whatever you say. But it was the fucking sense. Maybe it should be an intolerance to slave labor. I thought we settled that in Measure of a Man, that any of these synthetic life forms that are based off of data, it's not okay. It's not okay to have them be the property of Starfleet. And it's just ridiculous. And also, I gotta call out. How come Rios's ship has a highly advanced artificial intelligence as a utility? I mean, on a par or surpassing the Doctor on Voyager.
Yeah,
I mean, his fucking emergency medical hologram has a personality, a creativity, a compassion, an affection for him that is entirely sentient. I mean, that is not programmed. He is arguing with him. Oh, Jean-Luc Picard, and you were geeking out, and you want to be a part of this. Oh, you can't pass this up, and he's getting annoyed. That is a form of artificial intelligence, and a highly evolved one. How the hell can he afford that? How can he afford that? Being a rough and tumble space trucker who gets things done. It's like Burt Reynolds in space, except he's reading high long hair kind of literature and book learning and stuff. How the fuck does he have this goddamn thing on his ship? How much would it cost? Does everybody have one? In which case, where is this ban on synths? And why do the synths have no personalities whatsoever?
Yeah.
And yet you can just have it as a plug-in. You got a little thumb drive and you pop it in. And there's my emergency medical hologram that'll also chat with me and be my best pal. Fuck's sake.
It's like if somebody hit a bomb inside a toaster and blew something up and then decided to ban the fucking toasters. That's what the logic here is, but that's how much they thought it through. And again, I go back to what I was saying in the beginning of the episode. There's a lot of people who did not watch Star Trek Discovery. They are not familiar with JJ Trek or Kurtzman Trek. I think the closest the normies got, and I said this in my review, The Rise of Skywalker was a Star Trek Discovery episode. That was your garden variety Star Trek Discovery episode. 5 plot points, not really connected at all, with a bunch of people who are just met each other, but then they act like they've known each other for 20 years. That's a fucking Kurtzman JJ joint. And that's what we're going off here. So these people are expecting answers. They're like, well, we don't know yet. There's a lot of episodes left. And I'm saying, and you are saying through our experience, no, that was your explanation. You just got it. They aren't going to explain it any more than that. Something hacked the sense. That's it.
Right. There's no explanation forthcoming for Palpatine, except, of course, you have to buy a comic or buy a novel or something, which I absolutely refuse to do. Absolutely refuse.
Mage Graywolf for $2 says Soji is 3 years old. Narek knows. She's 3 years old. Yeah, that's gross. But well, according to the leaks, I won't say, but the Narek is not all that he seems to be. I'm sure you guys can figure that out. They've been so subtle about it.
Oh, sure.
Corey Broach is a new member at the proto-molecule level. Welcome. Hail the Expanse. Alan Massey for $5. 1917 just beat the Fall of Skywalker for best visual effects. Good. So much for that Oscars bump.
A Star Wars movie gets beat out by a thing set in 1917. I love it. I love it. Ouch.
Wow.
When Star Wars can't even win a fucking special effects award. Ouch.
I think Star Wars lost. I think the prequels lost too. I want to say John Dykstra won for Spider-Man. And that was kind of, because he did Spider-Man, the first one. And remember, he had a falling out with Lucas because he worked on Battlestar Galactica.
Right.
I can't remember. That was a long time ago. So correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong on that one. DJ, I want to say I thought I remembered that, but I've changed a couple of realities since then. So, and I've dropped a lot of acid. So you might not even be real. That's awesome, Alan. And 1917, highly recommended. Great movie. Go see it. DJM Voices for $20. Good to see you, DJM Voices. Hail Gary and Doomcock. Star Wars CU will be a disaster. CU? What's CU? Star Wars CU. Star Wars.
Well, Clone Wars misspelled. I don't know. CU.
No, maybe it's CU will be a disaster. Maybe if they keep the EU, it would have a chance, but you're still creating a hero. Cinematic universe. Okay, gotcha. Star Wars Cinematic Universe. You're still creating a hero and rogues gallery from scratch with very little name recognition for normies. Exactly. And this is the Star Wars fans, the hardcore Star Wars fans are fighting me tooth and nail on this one. And I'm telling you right now, a lot of you are young. I hate to pull the old card on you, but the older ones shouldn't be fighting with me because we're going to be right where we were after the prequels, except without, the story's not continuing. What DJM Voices just said. You might as well start an IP from scratch because there's no name recognition. Nobody knows anybody beyond, and I'm talking about the normies here. Not saying it can't be done, but the only reason The Mandalorian is a sensation right now is not for the content of the show. It's for a cute little baby Yoda, which was the same thing that happened to Guardians of the Galaxy 2. What dominated the conversation? Baby Groot. That was it. And it got annoying. Baby Groot was annoying and it got forgotten about. Same thing's going to happen with Baby Yoda. There's not much you can do with it. Eventually it's going to have to talk, and that kind of takes away its cuteness. Unless they come up with,
they'll come up with a cute little voice for the damn thing.
That can only last for so long. The baby gimmick doesn't work for a long time. It works for now, and if they focus on the show, because for a first season that was really impressive. Okay, I mean, I'm not going to say it wasn't impressive. They can build on it and make the Mandalorian the more interesting character, and other characters certainly excellent. And you just kind of use Baby Yoda as a hook in the beginning, that I would get. But if that's what they're going to rely on, they're screwed. And they probably aren't, but we'll see. And will they keep Jon Favreau for multiple years working on that show? That's a Hollywood film director. I don't know. Elite Spanker for $5. Harley Quinn was not in Birds of Prey. She was in Gotham Sirens. No, I mean, since then, she's been in Birds of Prey. But no, she is not an original member of Birds of Prey. They had no business. This was a couple of reworked scripts, basically. And they just wanted to get something out there because Harley Quinn is, for DC Comics, is the second largest moneymaker for them in lifestyle brand, in cups and shirts and everything behind Batman. She's number 2. Red Lightning 0001 for $4.99. Witcher Studio Netflix is doing a live action of One Piece, my favorite adventure manga that peak romanticism, not love. How can they be stopped? Netflix, How can they be stopped if they suck? If they don't suck, they won't be stopped. And Netflix is still taking chances when the studios aren't. And that was eventually going to pay off for Netflix once all the reboots and repurposing has been utterly flushed down the toilet. And The Witcher was the sensation of 2019. It was that and The Joker. Those were the two takeaways for me personally. I think for a lot of fandom, a lot of fandom congregated around both of those things. And those were the positives of that year. There were a lot of positives in 2019, but problem is with it when you dump a show all at once, it gets forgotten about. Like it feels like it's been years since the Umbrella Academy, when hasn't even been one.
And remember when they dumped The Expanse?
Oh God,
The Expanse. I mean, that's painful, man. I mean, they could have built and built and built. We would have still been talking about them. Who thinks about it right now? It's just swept away. And it's only been how long since it came out? Like a little over a month and a half, 2 months.
We'd still be talking about it.
Yes.
If it was coming out weekly, we'd still be talking about it. It was such a dumb bonehead move. No, I'm looking forward to that. I'm the Red Lightning 0001. Even the manga I have not read. I will watch it. I'll definitely check out the anime. And we got Castlevania coming out. That's gonna be fucking dope. Alter Carbon might be good. I'm not sure. I hope it is. Westworld's probably gonna suck.
Probably.
Yeah, it's probably gonna suck.
It's not. Suck. I don't think it's probable. I think it
starts in a month.
Certain. Oh my God,
4 days.
Bad.
It's gonna be bad. Which sucks because I still maintain it was a great first season. The Dr. 14 Blu-ray reviews for £2. Judy is an amazing film. I will take your word for it. Is it about? Is it Judy? Judy.
Judy. I don't know what that is.
Dr. 14 Blu-ray reviews has the most random fucking super chats ever, but I love you, man. I don't even know what Judy is, but if you like it, then bless your heart. Wes Moody webcast for $2. Hail Nerdrotic and Overlord DVD. Best chat on YouTube. Yes, absolutely.
Damn right.
We have the best mods. We have the best chat. We have the best audience. Yeah, it gets sometimes salty. People can come in. That's kind of goes with the territory. I'm sorry, but that's life. And also, you know what? They have their place. Everybody has their place on YouTube. I think the system works. It's imperfect, but it works just fine the way it does. Armchair Warlord. Electric Barbarella. Sorry, Armchair Warlord. I'll get you in just a second. Armchair Electric Barbarella 27, $5. As a woman, I'm glad to see these fake films flopping. Doing onto others what is hurtful does not make you right. It makes you worse. Oh my God, Electric Barbarella. I'm going to say it slow. Electric Barbarella 27. Well said. It's petty. It's petty. And that's not, you're not moving anything forward by, the whole two wrongs don't make a right. And no, you're the worst. No, you're worse. No, you're worse. That shit doesn't work. You know what? Inspire. If you inspire people, you can insert your messages here and there and people will be more prone to listen. Radicals will never leave power voluntarily. Hail, says Armchair Warlord for $2. No, they won't. Nope. They got to be ripped out. Heaved 100%. Out. Shadowrun is cyberpunk and fantasy mix-up, says Adam Wolfer for $2. Ooh, that's cool. I like mixed genres like that. That's interesting.
Yeah.
Very cool. Eric K for $4.99. 180 million women and LGBTQ people in the U.S. alone. Why blame just men and not the people they are writing for the ratings and the views? Because they feel like men haven't gotten the blame for a long time and we've gotten a free ride and they say it's right there in the title, Eric, time's up. So it's just our turn to be at fault, whether we are or not, for shit we didn't do. If it's time's up in Hollywood, fucking work it out. Yeah, the men in Hollywood were assholes. They were dicks. You were filthy, foul people. And guess what? They still are. And so were the women who helped them.
Yes, enabled all those years.
Also, I'm sorry, you're an adult. You made a conscious decision. Now, some of it, and I'm not counting the ones who were truly victimized, and there were some who didn't have a decision, were forced into something they didn't want to do. That is excluded from this argument. But the ones who made a conscious decision and then complained about it later, no, sorry. You knew what you were getting into, kiddo. You could always go get a day job. Blame the audience for your writing. Blame the audience you are writing for. Well, that's the new way nowadays, Eric. And hail Eric K. We're from here, up here in the Bay Area. For $1.99. Seth for $1.99. Picard equals Shaka when the walls fell. Shaka when the walls fell. Shaka when the walls fell. I have that action figure.
Nice.
It's hanging on that door right over there. Where it jumped on me, man. It friggin' jumped on me.
Oops.
I hate it when that happens.
It happens.
It does, though. There it is. Shaka when the walls fell. Matt G for $5. I'm watching Doctor Who, then Curb Your Enthusiasm tonight. In terms of wokeness, that's like drinking lighter fluid and inhaling fire extinguisher foam. Yes, Matt G, why would you do that to yourself? You know what? Enjoy one of those, though. I never really watched Curb Your Enthusiasm, but I heard people liked it a lot. So
yeah, I like it. It's fun. I mean, Larry David is a, pretty damn funny guy, and he was one of the creators of Seinfeld. So
yes.
I've always loved Seinfeld, and so I enjoy his kind of neurotic, insane comedy. I think it's pretty good.
Nettled Nerds for $5. Hail, my lords. Help me settle an argument. Maverick will be training a woman that will be the bestest ever in every way, or honor the original thoughts. Maverick.
That's going to be in Top Gun. And
okay.
From what I understand, it's not actually woke at all. I mean, he's training a female pilot, but I mean, the movie is squarely about him, and I think that it's going to be a big hit. From what I understand, I don't think it's woke at all. So fingers crossed. I think you got a good summer movie coming.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And I think Tom Cruise is aware of this shite. Plus, you got to think about your audience. I mean, that's a good question to ask of every fucking movie that's coming out. So I'm not blaming you for that, but for Nettled Nerds. But I think Tom Cruise is aware of the audience that will be watching that movie. Believe me, you're not why would you wokeify something about the military? I mean, when you have critics will be coming out going, I guarantee you, Mary Sue will have jingoistic Tom Cruise movie comes out. They just want to use the word jingoistic and jingoistic. Felipe Abrigo for 5,000 Chilean pesos. Hello, nerd lords. Did you notice the new shooting star at the end of Picard on the stupid scene where Captain Toxic Male is staring at the window and he sees a shooting star? And is it in deep space again? Did they do it again?
I didn't even notice. I didn't notice.
Is Shaban trying to be Spielberg? Spielberg had a shooting star, but at least it was in the atmosphere, because that's where we get shooting stars from, unless it was a fucking comet. And unless it was close to a sun, you wouldn't notice it. So what I'm getting is Picard is a big 2A supporter. Says Stargate 404. What's a 2A supporter? So what I'm getting is Picard is a big 2A supporter. Like double D's or 2A's? 2A supporter.
I don't know. He likes the ever ready batteries that are AA.
Yes.
He's not so fond of the AAA.
Not so, yeah.
But I do have bad news. The Tico Woke Titty won an Oscar. So Tico Woke Titty presumably won an Oscar for the fucking Jojo
Rabbit over Todd Phillips and the Joker.
It looks like it. Tico Woke Titty. Well, that's why these guys are woke. So that, Hollywood will kiss their ass and acclaim them. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I didn't see the movie, so I don't know. It just seems typical. People who watched it said they liked it, but it's, making something with the bad guys from Germany nowadays is, any other year in any other era, it would just be another movie. But you got to look at motivations, and the motivations, good movie or not, was to perpetuate that narrative that extreme people on one partisan side have been pushing and are still pushing to this day, which is false. I mean, there's a lot of false narratives. There's a lot of bullshit on both sides, but that one's the worst because it's fiction. But there you go. Maybe the movie was good. So I
don't know. It just seems to me like they're crucify anyone for the least bit of unorthodoxy, the least little bit of political incorrectness. And then some scumbag from their side makes a fucking movie about Hitler and plays it for laughs. I don't care if he's an imaginary friend of Hitler. It's still playing off of Hitler for laughs. And it's okay because it's one of their folks. I just think it's rank hypocrisy. And I don't find it amusing. I don't think it's funny that there's like a Jewish girl living in their wall, hiding out, trying not to die. I don't think it's funny.
And they should be free to make it, okay? But you got to be free to make it on the other side
too.
Give
them shit, you fucking hypocrites. Give them shit. Give them exactly the shit that you give somebody like Dave Chappelle just for speaking a little bit of truth. Fuck you.
Exactly.
I'm just sick to death of this rank hypocrisy. These people do not believe in anything.
No,
they just want virtue signaling, and they don't get virtue signaling for attacking Tico Woke Titty because he's on their side. So they just be silent and let this fucking like Hitler comedy just go. Nobody else could do it. It's just so pathetic.
Maybe he's even secretly making fun of him and laughing at him. Look, they're praising me right now. I made a freaking comedy about freaking the bad German, and they're praising me. They gave me a goddamn Academy Award. I don't think about it. That is ridiculous.
It makes me sick.
No work/effort because they're the bestest ever, says DeHobbs for $9 for $2. Absolutely, because they are stunning and brave. NG1T for $7. Burn Disney down. Metaphorically speaking, yes. I think they have become the Borg. Disney is the Borg. They've assimilated a lot of our franchises and turned it into homogenous bullshit.
Yeah.
It's got its fans. There's fewer of them. They aren't, they're either just normies, people who just like, hey, R2D2's on a wallet, I'm going to buy it. Or look at that R2D2 air freshener. Or look at that R2D2 window shade I can buy for my car. And I can put Stormtrooper 6 stickers with like the mom and the dad and all the little kids. Like that's what Star Wars is now.
That's pretty much right on. They don't think deeply about this shit. They don't feel passionately about it. It's just, it's a cute little piece of kitsch. It's something to take the kids to for 2.5 hours on the holidays to shut them up so that, dad can get a little peace. It's a disposable commodity.
Yep.
Like popcorn. That's basically what it is. It's visual popcorn. They don't give a damn about it. We do. That's the difference.
Rezik Zero for $5. Love you, Gary. Love you, Doomcock. Hail the Inquisition. Love you too, man.
Hail, man.
Hail. Appreciate the $5. Nicholas Horton for £5. Hail Gary and Doomcock. Joker just won Best Actor award at the Oscars. Thank you, Nicholas. And hail Joaquin Phoenix. I think he did a great job in Walk the Line as well. I love that movie. But yeah, I think he did a great job in the Joker. I don't mind language, but the F-bombs pissed me off. Trek was meant to be for everyone. It limits their viewers by default with wish it was the only issue, says Eastport for $5. Yes, and it's not. And quite frankly, yes, Star Trek should be PG-13. Sorry. You could still make it creepy, kind of like Wrath of Khan was. Wrath of Khan had like some genuinely creepy moments when they were in the station and they were going through the doors and the body was hanging down when Bones, walked into the body hanging. That was cool. That was proper, It
was good.
Yeah. But no, I agree with you. That's not the only issue. Listen, kids don't like this shit. No kids are talking about Star Trek. They are not captured. And I really do sincerely love that they think that an animated show is the answer to their problems. Kids like cartoons, Doomcock. Kids love cartoons. We'll make a cartoon.
Sure.
Fucking idiotic.
Yeah, that's gonna help. That's really gonna help. I mean, Kurtzman has made a show that's fundamentally antithetical to family viewers and kids. It's just a collection of grotesqueries, and to say that this is going to look, it's dead with kids. I mean, they've had years of Trek that's not appropriate for kids now, and to think that Lower Decks or any other whatever the Nickelodeon thing is going to be is going to make any difference is kind of sad.
Narutaku-kan for $10. Hail Doomcock, Birds of Prey proves that the one successful way to avoid male gaze is for nobody to come and see your movie. Big thank. Yes. That is one way to do it. Well said, my friend. Well said.
I read a good article about Bird of Prey where they were talking about how the audience, when the reviewer, when they went, I think this was for Breitbart, talking about largely the audience when they went, it was largely empty, but the people that were there were young males who had come hoping to see eye candy with Margot and have a fun time. And this movie was clearly not for them. They weren't welcome. And so much for word of mouth. This thing is dead on arrival, and it's only going to get worse. I think it's glorious.
It's fantastic. And real quick, here's a picture of my theater when and you can see the timestamp. It's 6:08. The movie started at 6. The trailer had started behind me, like the pre-trailer trailer had started behind me.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
That was the first show opening night in San Francisco Bay Area. So yeah, that tells you. I don't believe the numbers they gave, to be honest with you.
No, I don't either.
I don't either.
Of course, can they lie? Can they outright lie? Isn't that basically for any publicly traded company?
No, they can't. They can fudge. They can certainly spin positively. We'll say that.
Yeah, but outright lie.
No.
I mean that is getting them liable. I mean that's like lawsuit territory for stockholders.
Yep. Jaegerbomb, $5. Writer's strike. Oh no, I must ask again. Had the chance to watch 40K's Hell's Reach. There's also had the chance to watch 40K's Hell's Reach. There's also a trailer for Angels of Death 40K for the future. Jaegerbomb, I have not watched a single thing 40K. The only thing I know about Warhammer is I sold some stuff in my shop when people ordered it.
I did watch the trailer. It was excellent.
Cool.
Yeah, I've watched the Hell's Reach, some clips from Hell's Reach, and I've watched the trailer for the new one, Angels of Death, I think it was called. Both were stellar. I mean, really, really high quality stuff.
Cool. Love Yeager's passion for it. That's the best part.
Mm-hmm.
RR for $24.99. Hail Nerdrotic, speaking truth to power. The Oscars is a bunch of narcissists honoring themselves and preach down to those who allow them to live a luxurious lifestyle. You and DVD are creators that actually respect their fans. Thank you, RR. Thank you for the $24.99. I do my very best. I'm not perfect at everything. Doomcock does a great job. He is a creator. He is creative.
Very flattered. Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. It's fun to be able to go and spout my opinion on pop culture every day here on this channel and Nerdrotic Live, and Doomcock has the Harvey Zone as well, along with his main channel, and it's a blast. And yeah, we get a lot of stuff off our chest. And we could talk about whatever the hell we want, and we don't really have to answer it anybody except for you. You ultimately tell us whether you like our stuff, whether you don't like our stuff. and the feedback has been great, positive and negative for the vast majority of it. Yeah, sure, there's trolls. Who cares? I try to focus on. Well, the thing is, I said it last Friday night. Don't let the compliments go to your head, and don't let the negative comments and the trolling go to your heart. That's,
yeah, I just blow them off. I just completely, if anyone wants to be invisible to me, troll, I just will cease to pay any attention to you at all, unless every once in a while I just decide to randomly destroy a troll. And the last thing you want to do is get my attention, because if you get my attention, I will fuck you up. Just straight up. I will humiliate you. I will make you look stupid. I will mock you and leave a smoking crater and then block your ass just for laughs. So yeah, troll me at your risk, because it's kind of like, poking the sleeping bear. The bear wakes up, it's your ass. Straight
Joe
up.
ass. Joe ass. Steve Power for Canadian 2 pesos. 2 Canadian pesos. But he doesn't say anything. But I like your avatar. Batman avatar. It's cool.
Batman. I'm Batman.
Pray to me. Pray to me. Where's the trigger? Japala 821 for $10. I have Gary's anger when it comes to fighting the game community and companies like Capcom and Bandai Namco, because the SJW scumbags in the FGC sleazy esports and the companies ruined what I grew up with. Yeah, they've infected a lot of stuff. And it's fucked up a lot of fun for everybody.
Their time is fading. Their time is fading. I love that this clown that's doing a Cthulhu game. I don't know. I don't have details about it. Some indie developer. So I don't know. Anyway, they were publicizing their Cthulhu game while also trying to virtue signal and score woke points by attacking H.P. Lovecraft personally for views that they felt were racist. Doing the old trick of judging someone who lived in the, almost 100 years ago by the current yardsticks of today. And all they got was hell for it and lost a whole lot of customers. I love it, because you know what? H.P. Lovecraft was good enough for them to rip off for their own profit. But then they had to go around and badmouth the guy and try to say that his work should be minimized, trivialized, ignored because of his stances, his political incorrectness, which apparently he tried to kind of ameliorate or repudiate later in life. I mean, he used some racist language and stuff, which was very common at the time. But they're going to try to dismiss him and diss him and to make themselves look wonderful as they raid his grave for their profit. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, if you truly believe what you believe, don't use his stuff.
Don't use his stuff. Don't profit. And then somebody asked him in the tweet on Twitter. They asked him, why did you go ahead and do a Cthulhu game if you disapprove of him? He says, well, Cthulhu sells. It's marketable. It's like, piece of shit, you soulless piece of crap.
So you do like capitalism on payday.
Exactly. When it suits you. But you're still got a virtue signal. Yeah. And make yourself look so fucking wonderful while you're rejecting the very author that you're exploiting. That's charming.
Yep. Some nobody for $2. Of course, Joker didn't win Film of the Year. Of course it didn't. What won?
Birds of Prey. No.
Birds of Prey. Oh, well deserved.
Yeah, there we go. Yay.
Did 1917 win?
Probably.
Yeah. I'm not going to complain about it. It wasn't better than the Joker, though. I didn't think the Joker was going to win. I didn't. And that's why we don't watch the Academy Awards. Fuck the Academy Awards. They're filled with a bunch of what Doomcock just said, duplicitous, manipulative, pretentious a-holes.
Right.
Basically. Not all of them. Hashtag not all. There's some nice guys there.
I mean, I wouldn't even mind so much if they were brilliant. Like someone like Polanski doing something like Chinatown. Polanski can call me names and be a dick to me or whatever. He made Chinatown. He earned it. I'm not going to take any kind of umbrage from an artist who is also a little flaky, like David Lynch, for example. David Lynch made Blue Velvet, one of the greatest films of all time, a whole string of really brilliant works. And, if he like says some woke shit or something, well, you know what? He's a genius. And, genius is an affirmative defense to prosecution in my court, always.
To a certain extent. I mean, like Seth treats fans with respect. We all know what Seth MacFarlane's politics are, but he has a lot of respect on both sides of the aisle because he has that respect for the audience. And that goes a long way. Listen, we know that Patrick Stewart is woke and a bunch of other people. Now, you and I differ on Polanski, but like on anybody else with like, whatever they utter out of their mouth, if they are a creative genius and that their art comes first, that's all I care about. I don't care. It's never bothered me. I don't care what your fucking politics are. I never cared. And even if you're boisterous about them on Twitter, I don't follow. That's why I don't follow any creatives on Twitter. Listen, I love The Expanse. James S.A. Corey's Twitter is filled with that crap. And they are abusive to fans sometimes.
Yeah, they are.
Follow them. And if and I don't like that. They're dicks. They were a dick to me personally. The only tweet they've ever tweeted at me, they were dicks. I just stopped following them. I don't care. I enjoy their books. The books have kind of gone downhill, to be honest with you. But
have they?
Yeah, they have. The show's going to have to drastically change shit. I think they did something thinking the show was going to get canceled, so they decided to do whatever the hell they wanted, and they did something in the books that you can't film. I mean, you just can't. So yeah, but that's politics is one thing. I draw the line at other shit. I will not be a patron of your work, but like if you're creative first and you treat fans with respect, I don't give a shit what your politics are. I don't.
No. Not at all. I mean, that's the point,
Yep.
And also, I mean, Seth MacFarlane never insinuates his he doesn't lecture. I've never felt lectured to on the Orville. Not once.
No, it's thoughtful about a girl. We can go back to that one all day. That one brings up all kinds of interesting little tidbits that get you thinking that you might not agree with. And the way it ended was really cool. It didn't end the way they wanted it to. And I thought that was interesting. It played into an episode later on, showing that Seth does, planning stuff out. My God, he planned stuff out with his parody Star Trek. He planned out more plot than the guy who actually runs.
Had more love of Star Trek in that thing than anything that CBS has done.
Yeah, CBS is dumb. I think a lot of it was they were just dumb. Doomcock. It was the network of, I'm sorry, forgive me, but like CSI and 50 for ages 55 and up. A lot of Matlock type shows. That's CBS. That's been the MO of that one network for the longest time. And they were just dumb. And they thought this guy was, they thought they were getting JJ Jr. And that's what they got.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it was Parasite that won, not 19.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It was okay. I liked it. I mean, I saw it. I didn't have a problem with it. It had some funny stuff in it, some weird stuff.
Can I just come out and say they weren't giving any awards to white people this weekend, or were they? They weren't doing it.
They didn't like it.
Come out and say it.
Well, I mean, Joaquin Phoenix got Best Actor, but yeah. Parasite won plus Best Directors as Cthulhu Body.
Let me correct that. They were going to give it to more than one white person.
Right, they had a token one,
and nobody's getting anybody else. But no, I heard Parasite's really good. So
it was good. It was okay. I mean, I would have preferred to watch it on just cable or something, but it was good. I liked it.
What's going to be remembered in 10 years, Parasite or Joker?
Joker.
Yeah,
without a doubt.
I think that's the question the Academy, because I know you're all watching after the Oscars. You're coming over here tuning into the Inquisition. You got to ask yourself every time you're voting for Best Picture. All the other ones are subjective. Best Picture is what's the movie out of this group that's going to be remembered in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, 40 years. That's Best Picture. When you were sitting down, we were talking about this, and you had Raiders of the Lost Ark or fucking Chariots of Fire? What's going to be remembered? Slow English people running around to a very good soundtrack, or groundbreaking adventure movie that everybody's talking about that stayed in theaters for calendar year? If a movie stays in a theater for a calendar year, that should automatically get it nominated at least, and probably should win.
Oh God, yes. Same thing with E.T.
Yep.
Losing to Gandhi. With the logic in Hollywood being that Gandhi is a great man, therefore his movie must be honored, even though he didn't have anything to do with making the movie, other than living his life. But yeah, E.T. is a masterpiece. E.T. is a wonderful, wonderful film. One of Spielberg's greatest. I think it's like if I think Raiders of the Lost Ark is probably his masterpiece in terms of directorial style, but I have to say E.T. was kind of his emotional masterpiece, and to take that movie and give the Oscar to Gandhi. Who the fuck remembers Gandhi now? Who watches Gandhi?
The only reason people remember Gandhi or Annie Hall or Chariots of Fire is those are the movies that won over Raiders of the Lost Ark, E.T., and Star Wars for Best Picture, which is fucking ridiculous. But whatever. That's why I don't watch them anymore. You know what? The one I talked about this before, the one that triggered me the most was not even a Best Picture award. It was the Best Special Visual Effects. I know we love E.T. I love E.T. The special effects were not better than Blade Runner, and they lost.
No.
It's a fucking joke. I mean, these special effects are better than anything Star Trek Discovery does to this day. Jury Nitpicker for $1.99 Doomcock says, toss a coin to your biatchers, oh Valley of Shippers. We're biatchers. Thank you.
The other night I was saying toss a coin to your bitcher. I was embracing the title of the bitcher.
Yes.
And I'm not apologetic for it.
That's hilarious. I love it. The
your bitcher.
B Winced for $5. STC finished because they sold their souls to CBS by incorporating STD into their canon. Oh, Star Trek. What's Star Trek seat? Star Trek Continuum? Star Trek
continues, probably.
Continues. Finished because they sold their souls to CBS by incorporating STD into their canon by getting invited to attending the STD premiere. Did that invite it into their canon because they watched the premiere? Star Trek Continues finished because they sold their souls to CBS by incorporating Star Trek Discovery into their canon. Oh, they did? I didn't know that.
Oh, God, if they did that,
that's bullshit. Yeah.
Oh,
I didn't
know that.
And getting invited and attending the STD premiere. Why would they do that? They were essentially shut down by CBS as an apology, or is it? Yeah.
Good God.
Yeah, that's bad. I disavow then. Jordan Hairston for $5. I didn't know they were making new. How did they inject Star Trek Discovery canon? And are they making more Star Trek Continues?
No, I don't think so. Maybe it was in the final episode or something.
Yeah.
I know that they had Vic Mignogna dressed in a kind of a Star Trek the Motion Picture garb, giving a speech, and I don't know, maybe he meant, I haven't seen that one. I'm kind of savoring these Star Trek Continues ones. I only watch them once in a blue moon because you can only see them the first time once, and there's only 10 of them or 8 of them. So I've watched about half.
I don't remember
once in a blue moon
any of that in there, but maybe I missed one.
Yeah,
that's thank you for the super chat. Be winced. I will look into it because that's been okay. Jordan Hairston for $5. Hail, Hollywood is dead. Art should be interesting, not mediocre. In the words of Roger Ebert, variety is exciting and sameness is boring. It really is. It's a beige wall. It's a glass of room temperature water in a room, in a white room, in a plain white room. It's a plain white wall. It's like walking into a comic store with plain white walls, which is sacrilege. Loquacious Primate for $5. Gary, I was saddened to hear you were elected leader of the fandom menace. Cecil is the true man of the people. Hashtag not my grand poobah. Congrats on the subs. Thank you. I cheated though, because I counted all the hanging Chads in Florida. There's a lot of guys named Chad in Florida, by the way. No, Cecil won the popular vote, and no thanks. No thanks. But Jeremy resigned as leader of the fandom menace. And now I wake up every morning and give everybody their talking points. And everybody has to eat mint chip ice cream because that's the official ice cream of the fandom menace. You all have to eat candy corn now by law. And Lord, you have to say in the morning, Lord of the Rings is better than Star Wars. Every morning you got to say Lord of the Rings is better than Star Wars. No, I'm just kidding. It's Cecil. Cecil can have it. Felipe Abrigo for 1,000 Chilean pesos. Picard Vulcan Admiral Baby Yoda with sunglasses. Yeah, she does have Baby Yoda ears, Felipe. You're right.
Oh, dear.
Oh my God. I got a thumbnail forming in my head. I definitely, that'll be the thumbnail for this episode. When it goes over to Nerdrotic Live, I'll Photoshop her face onto Baby Yoda. Why not? Guys, chill. The Golden Gate Bridge. Wait a minute. Eric Tasse for $6.99 or for $6.99 Canadian pesos. Guys, chill. The Golden Gate Bridge produces electricity for Earth with its solar panels. That's right. The solar panels on the Golden Gate Bridge. That might power. Did you see that? Yeah, when they pan over the Starfleet archives, you see the Golden Gate Bridge has solar panels on it. I'm sure.
Okay.
It powers a guitar amp somewhere. That's what it does. Jesus Christ. Solar panels. Sunglasses or swap meet counterfeits foster grants. Okay. Drake is 6 for $2. They were swap meet counterfeits. Foster grants. At least they didn't. Well, they should have gotten Ray-Ban, Wayfair. DeHobbs 9 for that's what these are. These are sunglasses actually. I put regular lenses in. I need big. I know I get the hipster thing. Whatever. I have a beard because I'm an actual man. I don't wear ironic t-shirts. I actually am the son of Satan. The glasses, I need them big because I'm really freaking blind, and peripheral vision is important. People wear little small stylistic glasses, which I used to wear, but you have no peripheral vision with that shit. So I'm always bumping into things with my shoulder because I have no peripheral vision. There's a method to my madness. 200-watt studio for $2. Remake, we need MathNet. The remake we need, MathNet.
MathNet?
Instead of Dragnet, we need MathNet. Yeah,
it's like reading Rainbow Math or something.
Maybe. It's 200-watt studio. I mean, your humor is quick, it's witty, and sometimes maybe it's just went over my head. Explain it in the chat, please. Don't give another super chat. Neon Visual for £5. If you have been affected by any of the issues raised in this episode of Doomerotic, call the BBC Action Online. Then someone who cares. Yes. Call someone who cares. Thank you, Neon Visual. It's good to see you. Sorry, I kind of butchered that a little bit. Sam Mickle for $2. Odd being broke and fired in a time without money. Yeah, Sam, that's what I was wondering. How do you get fired? For one, whether it's a military or a scientific organization, wouldn't she get demoted or warned? What was the cause of this firing? That they wanted to rescue people? That she sided with wanting to rescue people?
Right. That was it.
Okay, so all those people who've been arguing that Starfleet's not that bad in Picard, you guys are being hyperbolic. Okay, remember, it was the people at CBS. there was a CNET article that came out that said, get ready for dystopian Trek. CNET is owned by CBS. It was said by the creators that this is going to be a meaner, and I'm paraphrasing there, a meaner Starfleet. This is going to be a darker Starfleet.
Yeah.
Patrick Stewart said, this isn't the Starfleet you thought you knew. So people still protecting the show. Remember, there's episodes left, and they just fired a woman because she wanted to rescue people. These guys are dicks.
It just makes no sense.
It makes no fucking sense.
Nonsense. Yeah, this is just the whole reason for that scene was so that Raffi could be so edgy, greeting Picard with a rifle as he pulls up to her prefab shanty. That was it. Just so it could have the cliche of like, you got a lot of guts coming here after what you pulled. You know, I mean, it's like the old thing about, you know, Indiana Jones always knew you'd come back walking into my life, and then punches him. It's just that's like, back then, maybe it was fresh. Now it's just a cliche. And that the whole reason for that was just to have that silly ass moment. That's what passes for depth.
It was. And it was all on the logic of, do you want to talk to your crew that every fan had seen, that had earned your trust, who is competent, and you know you can? No, we need to find people who hate you and have nothing to lose.
Mm-hmm.
For such an important mission, we need to find people who hate you and have nothing to lose. Yet they don't hate them. They have reverence for them. They're just, as Kurtzman said, they're all damaged in their own way. They have a lot of baggage with Starfleet. So Starfleet had screwed over every single one of these people that is on the ship. So it's a ship full of people screwed over by Starfleet.
Disgruntled Starfleet ex-officers. That's basically it.
And this produced by Secret Hideout, who by all accounts is a surveillance state as far as a work environment. You get snitched on, you get ratted on, you can't be creative. You have to worry about less talent. And believe me, no repurposer or hack writer in Hollywood would abuse HR to maybe get rid of their competition, would they? Nobody's ever that manipulative in Hollywood. They're all as pure as the driven snow.
Well, sure. Having an actual, what greater threat could there be to the Star Trek writers than having an actual writer in the Star Trek room? Yep. It would just be an awful affront and really risky for making them all look bad. He had to go. He had to go.
And I'm sorry, it was pure as the driven blow. Sorry, pure as the driven blow. Jaron Kuchta for $10. Star Trek Online was Star Trek Discovery and Picard. Star Trek Online was Star Trek Discovery and Picard ruined in their 10-year tribute. 7 of 9 and Burnham, who is the bestest ever in the original series Excalbian episode, leave you wanting to vaporize Burnham instead of fighting Control. Is that a Star Trek Online thing? They did some celebration and they included all that shit, Jaron.
I have never played it.
Yeah, I was going to, and then I heard they included Star Trek Discovery and I didn't touch it. But there's a Lord of the Rings game that I am definitely going to start playing, which is dangerous. But I have The Witcher 3. Some of these days I'm going to do it. Some nobody for $2. No, you were definitely right. Girls won't talk to me. Some nobody. Well, you actually have to go outside and initiate conversation once in a while. It's okay. If you need some advice, just email your old pal Gary. I am like an expert in relationships. Destiny Captain for $4.99. Wrath of Khan soundtrack is actually more like Battle Beyond the Stars. Horner did it right after visiting Goldsmith when he was working on the motion picture soundtrack. I hear Horner music. I hear hints of Horner. He's the same in a lot of stuff. He repeats a lot of his stuff. He's still great, but he repeats a lot of his stuff.
He
so
is
John Williams.
I mean, mostly in his score to Rocketeer, it's extremely original. I think in one action sequence, you hear a little minor echoes of Wrath of Khan, but essentially, I think he did a fantastic. He does a fantastic job Rocketeer is such a classic score that for years they were using Rocketeer music in trailers in Hollywood.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not talking the entire soundtrack. I'm talking like pieces of music. So specifically, I gave you the fog in San Francisco scene to the Nebula scene, because 48 Hours has like drums and guitar and freaking sax and stuff like that. So it's there's a lot there. But yeah, Battle Beyond the Stars. I haven't listened to that soundtrack in a long ass time. Fixie Clary for $5. Oh, on My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic. William Shatner actually voiced one of the characters in an episode. That's awesome.
Nice.
Good for him. Ryan Landis for $5. I think it's great that the Federation let Keebler elves join. I like them, sunglasses and all.
Well, she needs to get back to her hollow tree and make those fucking cookies and quit conspiring with Romulans to destroy freedom.
Next super chat is from The Laughing Man for $5. You watch Carnival Row and The Boys at all? What are your thoughts if you do? The Carnival Row, I quit watching. Again, it fell victim of being coming out in 2019. If it came out any other time, I probably would have been interested in it, but it was a little, I liked the performances, but it was just a little bit too men bad. I just started noticing it. The Boys I liked. Boys is good.
I did like The Boys. Yes, The Boys was great. I only watched the very first episode of Carnival Row, and honestly, I was bored. And the minute that they had the fairy screwing the guy and then lifts him up off of the bed with her legs and her tiny ass little thin wings, I was like, okay, this I couldn't get over it. The physics of it was ludicrous. The only way that you could have a fairy flying on those diaphanous skinny wings is if her bones are essentially hollow like a bird. Sure as shit not going to be able to lift a full-grown man while they're screwing with those wings. So I don't know, maybe that's a petty point, but it just seemed a lack of intellectual depth that foreshadowed bad things to come. And so I bailed on it. It was just, I was bored and I didn't care, and that's it. The Boys was good though.
Yes. Joshua Calkins for $4.99. Thank you both for lowering my hopes for Picard. Why do we have Raffi, not Geordi, Data, Riker? Why are holograms legal in this stupid no synth story? I asked that question. It makes no goddamn sense. Why is the hologram the same actor as Rios? Did they run out of money? Possibly. His accent is terrible. His accent is freaking terrible. Dave Cullen pointed that out, rightly so. And yeah, the story. Listen, there's people arguing it. I don't know how you could have no synths, but an EMH. They're the same fucking thing. I mean, they're the same thing.
They really are. I mean, at root, it's a less mobile form of intelligence. Artificial life. I mean, a embodied artificial intelligence can roam freely beyond the projection zone, but still they are essentially the same.
Yep. And they can be hacked. They can destroy your ship. Sure. They can crash a ship into a base. I mean, what's the difference? Is there a different algorithm? I mean, that makes no sense. Jeffrey Riley for $5. For any feminist or SJW hating on men saying we hate women, just tell them we don't hate women. We just hate you. Yeah, it's like the line in the beginning of Social Network when she's talking to Zuckerberg and she's like, people don't hate you because you're a nerd. People hate you because you're an asshole.
I think that's a good line.
It's an individual thing. Yep. Larry for $2. Read the regular chat, Gary, like Doomcock. When I have chance, I will go over there and I will read it, my friend. We have to prioritize the super chats and then I will jump over. I keep an eye on it. I got my other eye on it like this. But thank you, Larry, for the $2. Donald Gracie for $5. There's a Mikey Spock action figure coming from McFarlane. God help us. there
I've
has
already
been for a
got
long
mine.
time.
I've already got mine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a block of wood,
Yes.
painted, with some hair stuck on it, and I find that to be the most accurate representation of Mikey Spock I've ever seen, including Discovery. They captured the spirit of Mikey Spock with that plank. And,
it's hilarious. The hair hanging off it too.
It is. It's lifelike hair. It's chilling. Sometimes I wake up in a sweat that Mikey Spock is looking at me as I sleep. It's creepy. I'm looking at it right here.
Awesome. Mine's out of reach. I don't have the force, unfortunately. So
That's okay.
Can't grab it. Donald Gracie for $5. There's a Mikey Spock. Oh, yeah, I already read that. Yeah. And by the way, the McFarlane one, I don't think it's coming. I think it's just on the back of your card. The Picard one, and you're talking about the William Shatner, Captain Kirk one, and the Picard one. Yeah, there's a picture of Mikey Spock in the back, but they're not going to make the figure. I don't think they're making it.
No, they're not.
Yeah. Jay Terry for $2. I'm giving money to say Gary and Doom. Why, thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Rebecca Gold for £1.99. The daddy of correctional pop culture is Gary. Correctional pop culture. That will never get old with me, Rebecca Gold. Fine web series. Go check it out. It's award winning, It's won awards, which I have not. Well, I won an award at the comic shop. I won Best of the Bay one year, but no awards here, folks. And that's fine with me. Thank you, Rebecca Gold. Check out Rebecca Gold online. Adam Wolford for $5. Warhammer 40K is grim, dark universe, but new Star Trek makes it far more hopeful. Wait, what? Isn't that supposed to be the other way around? It is. But Warhammer 40K has remained pure. It hasn't been touched by the foul repurposers, and may it stay that way. May your I don't know if it's I hope it never gets adapted into a big budget film. Remember, we used to dream about that. Now you just want it to just be Warhammer. Unless Peter Jackson comes along with that much reverence for it. And listen, there's people who I saw somebody bitch in Midnight's Edge chat, like, Peter Jackson made up too much shit. Lord of the Rings sucks. I mean, it's like, no, okay. Yes, he had to add some stuff. I don't have a problem with it. He left out Tom Bombadil. Don't have a problem with it. Yeah. And I like how long it was. My Lord, how's Harvey doing this evening? Says Rural for $2.
Well, I'll ask him. Harvey?
Yes?
How are you?
I'm doing good, sir. How are you?
Yeah, we're having the Inquisition.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Hello, Gary.
Hi, Harvey. How are you? Long time.
I want to destroy everything, but just kind of chilling tonight. No big deal.
All right. Any closer to the button?
We're 15 seconds away. H minus 15 seconds on the Harvey clock. And once it hits midnight, of course, it's your ass. It's all of your ass.
Can't wait.
It's going to be fun.
I'm sure it will be for you. I'm sure
it'll be fun for everybody. Everyone has a death wish these days. That's why everything sucks. Everyone wants to perish. And it's just like you're one button away from having all your dreams come true.
It might be your fault, though. I mean, you sound like a cheery, happy fellow, but maybe you're I don't know, what's the word for it? Like in Cthulhu when it was seeping out. I think you're having an effect on the human race, the nihilism. Maybe it's just Hollywood. I don't know.
That's very kind of you to say.
Yeah,
and I appreciate it.
No problem.
I would like to think so. I don't know, but I thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Most welcome. Do not press the button, TM.
I do, TM.
No, don't.
Push the fucking button.
No.
TM.
TM. The lead TM.
I'm already TM, so you owe me like 15 cents now because you kept using it. Yeah.
Put it on my tab. I'll pay you back after you're done destroying the world. Okay.
Well, that's fair. Well, what the hell am I going to spend it on then?
I don't know.
Look, Wampum doesn't wait.
Destroy the word.
Get on it.
Wampum doesn't wait. I like that.
Wampum
that should be TM.
Wait.
I'm TMing that.
TM it.
Only 15 cents for the TM.
I can't win.
Nah, never. Ultimately, we don't. Ultimately, we lose to Harvey. The Legion of Reason for $6.99 Canadian. Gary, did you ever take up my dare to watch an episode of Another Life? I know your time is valuable, and so is yours, a Legion of Reason. All of your time is valuable, and I do appreciate you all spending your valuable time with Doomcock and I for the Inquisition. I do appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I know your time is valuable, but I would give it a lot. I would give a lot to see your reaction. Another Life. What is Another Life?
It's a TV series. I'm wanting to say it's on Netflix, but I could be mistaken. If it's what I'm thinking about.
Mrs. Nerdrotic has seen this. Yeah, Mrs. Nerdrotic has seen this.
Was it the one with Katie Sackhoff?
Katie Sackhoff.
Yeah,
she's looking good. I mean,
she is awesome.
Look at that. Damn.
So it's kind of a woke female astronaut kind of thing, but I mean, she's great. So I don't know.
They're in underwear, though. I mean,
is she in underwear?
Yeah, they're in underwear. Bloody.
Katie Sackhoff is in underwear.
Yeah.
I'm watching Another Live.
There you go.
That's all it
maybe.
took.
There you go.
I'm sold.
Nettled Nerds for $2. Doctor Who's name will be Karen Strongwoman. Karen. Hey, Gary, your name will be Karen. Again, it was right there, and I didn't pick it up. Thank you, Nettled Nerds, for $2. The John Beck for $2. Did Parasite win because it's about class struggle? Probably. Most likely.
For sure.
Yeah,
for sure. I mean, it had a political undertone, but it wasn't really preaching. It was depicting. So, it's not ideal because they love propaganda more than anything else, but it was artfully done. I don't have any complaints about Parasite. I enjoyed it and it's pretty good.
Nettled Nerds for $5 says Jean-Luc Picard will be digitally implanted into the ship's AI. Change my mind. Probably. He could just do voice actor work. I'll engage myself. Self-engage.
That's right. He can do it from, his couch, just run through the script, read the lines, and just plug it in. Yeah, I would not be surprised. The USS Picard or the SS Picard will be, he'll even speak. It'll be the AI. Well, you've got, Rios with his own emergency holograms resembling him and speaking different accents. So yeah, sure, why not? They'll simulate Picard's voice because he would have wanted it that way. Old JL, I know what JL would have wanted, and it's quite clear he would have wanted this. No doubt about it.
No. Official Dougie J, you are not kidding, my friend. You listen to the man's words when he says, never put down Tim Burton in the presence of Mrs. Nerdrotic, or you will suffer a dark, dark fate. About as dark of fate as Dark Fate suffered from. Mexican Iron Man, mi amigo, órale, que onda weze, for 1999. Long before any Star Trek Discovery taping, and in the last episode of Star Trek Continues, the final scene is where Vic is walking in the Admiral's office, and the last ship in the line of ships is a Star Trek Discovery ship model next to the Enterprise. So they did canonize it. Oh,
well, that makes me sick.
That's like a kick in the balls right there.
Yes, it is.
That's bad.
That really pisses me off.
Adios, Star Trek Continues. I still like Vic, but fuck that shit. Especially after, I mean, how dare you do that after they fucking sue fan films, man. And I know why they sued the fan films, and it's still fan films, okay? I know there's arguments for and against that fan film that got that was crowdfunding to get some work done, which it has every right to do. But
you're talking about Axanar?
Yeah, but it affected every other fan film. That's the thing that bugs me. So
yes.
Yeah. But the fact that they go after their fans when, like, even if Axanar was successful, it's not going to take away from fucking Star Trek. And if you're that insecure, then you shouldn't have Star Trek. If you're so worried that some fan film is going to be received better than your stuff, get better people. I mean, it's that simple. It's not like there's a shortage of, or there wasn't, because there was people making fan films. But you notice the people making the fan films now, They all got a lot of salt and pepper in their hair. A lot of salt and pepper in their hair. DP for $5. Speaking of somebody with salt and pepper in his hair. Thank you both for introducing me to The Expanse. You are welcome, DP. Thank you for watching The Expanse. Thank you for the $5. Hail The Expanse.
Damn right.
Jeff
Great
Taylor.
show.
Great show for $5. Gary, the solar panels on the Golden Gate Bridge were first shown in the motion picture when Kirk's shuttle was flying into Starfleet headquarters. I remember seeing the Golden Gate Bridge. Yeah, you're probably right. I didn't think that Star Trek Discovery invented them, or not Discovery, Picard. I just question how fucking how like why. That's not enough solar powers to power shit. If you've seen a solar farm or whatever out in the desert, those things are massive. But yeah, it was just probably sticking with continuity. Jeff Taylor. Captain Spire for $2. Gary, did I miss the December mailbag stream? No, you did not. No, you did not. Bill West. I did. Captain Spire, the last one I did was the last one you saw. Bill West for $5. Off topic, but any plans for a meetup at Gallifrey this weekend? We'll be rocking my Orville uniform on Saturday. Look me up. Yes. I have to get my hotel room still. I haven't even worked that out. I haven't gone that far ahead because I'm working on taxes right now. But yes, there will be one probably Saturday, somewhere in LA. But yeah, pay attention to Twitter, the community section, Bill West, and I'll put it on my website as well, nerdrotic.com. Mitz Golfer for Life. Is it MITS Golfer for Life? $5. Starfleet is becoming like the society in a TNG episode where women are the bosses of the men. It's a matriarchy. And Alex Kurtzman said it's a female-centric show. Star Trek Discovery is a female-centric show.
It is.
Yep. When it should be just a people-centric show. Not a male-centric or female-centric, but that's Kurtzman virtue signaling. This is the same guy who said, well, I don't know what it is. I write women better than I write women. No.
I've got news for him. He doesn't write anyone well.
No.
So that's kind of sad.
He doesn't write a grocery list fucking well.
No.
He probably mystery boxes his grocery list. Dr. Demento for $5. I do not want to see a Geordie LaForge in Picard. I want there to be a throwaway line about him going into a wormhole on the Reading Rainbow. Yes. Lady Mist for $20. Enjoyed yours and Doomcock's takes on the shows tonight. Hopefully your hard work informing the fans will be heard and the show makers will start to undo the damage they have done to the shows we love. I know, dream on, says Lady Mist for $20.
No,
yeah.
They will be undone. They will not undo the damage that they've done. They will be undone, and that will then possibly result in fixing the thing. But they've got to go. They cannot fix anything. They are worthless, and it ain't going to get better. It's just not.
No, it's not. When I started this channel and when Doomcock started our channels, we I don't know about you. I didn't have this. My grand plan was to have a podcast to go along with a comic shop that I was going to open up someday. The grand plan wasn't this. The grand plan wasn't to watch Doctor Who just bite the dust and cast a female doctor and fill it full of identity politics and political correctness and blah, blah, blah. And then like blow my stack over it eventually over the course of series 11. But that's what I did. Before that, I was just covering television and I was talking a little bit about Star Trek. And that was getting traction too, but it was Doctor Who that blew this channel up. Remember, it was just over a year ago, a little over a year ago, I had 5,000 subs. So people got tired of it and they needed a place to talk about it. There was nowhere else to talk about it. There's a few of us who were talking about Doctor Who and being real about it and wanting it to get better. I still want it to get better. Same goes with Star Trek. Doomcock's channel blew up because of Star Trek and Star Wars. And and will it change? Some are listening. That's the thing that encouraged me and Doomcock and others. Some are listening.
Mm-hmm.
They've reached out. They've told us. And they're listening because of you guys here right now. It's the live streams they pop in on. It's the live streams they watch, and they see, because they want to see that real-time feedback that none of the sycophants that are surrounding them most of the time are going to tell them.
Yeah. That's absolutely true. And you know, you can get a strong dose of truth from the Inquisition.
Yes.
On Sunday nights.
Damn
Sunday night.
Every Sunday night, 6-ish p.m. Next week, it's going to be on Doomcock's channel.
Yes.
And Mary Ashmead for $5. Mary Ashmead. Hey, Gary, I'm just listening in the background. I've had strep, but I wanted to say hi to you and Doomcock anyway. Hi, Mary.
Hello, Mary. I'm sorry you're feeling bad. That's awful.
Yeah, I hope you feel better. I'm going to try to... It always cuts off my last one for some reason. We're at the last super chat. I'm just trying to see if I can... Kapla, bro. Late to the stream, but always a pleasure. The Price is Right review for $2. Thank you, friend. Listen, you're right on time. Of course, all the live streams here go to Nerdrotic Live on Doomcock's channel. They go to Harvey's channel once he unlists them. We leave them up for a little while, then it takes a while to process and put them over there, but that's where they will be. In the meantime, you can just hang on to the link if you're watching. If you came halfway through, it'll stay on. It'll stay up. But I do unlist them when they're done. Looking forward to Robert Meyer Burnett on Friday Night Tights, says Doug. Yes, Robert Meyer Burnett is confirmed. And you know what? Now that I think about it, Doug, I'll be in LA. Maybe he and I can be somewhere together. Maybe I can find a place and we could do a meetup and a live stream meetup thing Friday night. That'd be kind of fun. We are force fed the matriarchy using classics. Eventually, there is nothing left. Time to give up and bend over for it, says Bishop 9779. Yeah, I'm not going to bend over. I ain't bending over for shit. I will fucking, I don't need to get all my way. I'm all about the compromise, and but I will walk away. I mean, I have no problem walking away from something. Done it many times in my life before. When you realize that this is not a winnable fight. I'm not into fighting fights where I don't think there can be change or they're unwinnable. I don't think we're going to defeat Disney. Nobody wants to defeat Disney. I don't want to defeat CBS. I'd like to see Alex Kurtzman go to a different show. I don't know if it's defeat. I would say that I'll be honest with you. I think Chibnall and Kurtzman defeated the fandom and disgraced the fandom and shamed the fandom to where it's embarrassing to like their show at this point.
Oh yeah, you can't like that shit.
Nope.
I mean, that's driven them underground, driven them away. I don't know. It's terrible.
Red Pill Gary says the truth is out there or here. I like that. Hi, Mary. Frack off Feldegarb. Hail Mary, the princess of geek culture. Right on. Confront RMB on Watchmen. He likes it. The TV show, Glenn Saunders. I don't know. I won't confront him, but we can talk about it. Well, I'll confront him. It depends. Confront. I don't know if I'd confront a guest. I would certainly debate them on stuff. I'd be respectful, even if it's somebody who's been critical. I'll bring people onto the show who've been critical if that's the kind of stuff you want to see. As you guys can have seen in the past, I don't mind taking people on. But I'm not going to bring anybody on the show who is just a chaos agent who just wants to, fuck shit up because their channel didn't get traction or they're angry at an individual. I'm not about going after other fans, even if they make videos about me or I just don't find that entertaining to watch. There is a group of YouTubers who like to do that stuff, and it's a very small group. And that's fine. There's people who are into that stuff, and that's cool. But doing it in the name of fandom, I mean, come on. So you're protecting fandom by going after other fans. How does that protect fandom? and the, talk about hubris. Who's the arbiter of fandom? I have never claimed to be the arbiter of fandom. I'm just a fan, been around fans a long time. That's it. And we're a place we can congregate here. I am certainly open to other voices, but like, I wouldn't go on their channels. I wouldn't go on the channel of some chaos agent who just wants to have it out. Lately, I've been hearing not much chatter, but I got emailed that some people accused us of gatekeeping, and there's always some kind of gatekeeping somewhere, but I don't know how you can gatekeep the hashtag. If you could spell it, you can be part of it. If the Fandom Menace simply takes spelling out the Fandom Menace. If you don't want to be part of it, that's fine.
Right.
Channels don't owe you shit. They don't. I'm talking about other channels here. We don't. And nobody owes me anything. That's life. I will certainly help as many people as I can. When I have time, but I got to focus on my family and stuff first. It's the same couple, 3 people. That's all. I owe the audience for sure. And we are just fellow fans, not above or below. God, it's some crazy stuff, man. It's crazy.
It is. It's nuts out there. Well, you're always going to have haters and, people that are trying to, drag you down, be jealous, whatever.
Reality 101. No. R&B is the Tim Pool of fandom. It's complicated, fatty. That's funny. Oh man. Okay. So we're going to wrap it up there. Gatekeepers or goalies? Score, says Frackoff Fildegarb. Yeah, I mean, like there's gatekeeping in Hollywood for sure, all day long, and in comic books, and yeah, that stuff's not good. The daddy of correctional pop culture. Thank you again, Rebecca Gold. I like that. Doomcock, please plug your channel.
My channel is youtube.com/overlorddvd. Please go and subscribe. I also have a fantastic Patreon, patreon.com/doomcock, subscribestar.com/doomcock, and of course, the Harvey Zone, where live streams go after they're done. Had an 8-hour one last night on Friday. It was really pretty epic, and you can see it over on the Harvey Zone as well.
Awesome. How long was it again?
Over 8 hours.
Awesome. That is great. That's right. There was an 8-hour limit, and there isn't anymore.
That's right. Just a little bit over.
One more here. We got to both of you. How do you all feel about the Orville? Like how it was better accepted by sci-fi fans than Star Trek Discovery? I can't throw stones because I really liked Enterprise. To both of you, how do you all feel about the Orville? Like how it is better accepted by sci-fi fans than Star Trek Discovery. I can't throw stones because I really liked Enterprise. Enterprise is fine. I don't have a Enterprise is fucking Shakespeare compared to Star Trek Discovery.
It is.
And the Orville is much better than Star Trek Discovery. The parody.
Yeah, there's no comparison.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even understand. I mean, how do I feel about it? The acceptance of it? Well, it just shows that these people are rational and, they know shit when they see it or step in it.
Yeah. And the Orville fans, it's a good fan community. They are getting it together, and they're, quite frankly, more people watch the Orville than watch Star Trek Discovery.
Well, thank God.
Yeah. So, I love the fact that the Orville has been accepted. And there's a lot less of anger. There was a lot of anger towards it because it was just competing against Trek. But I think a lot of people have kind of let that go. I mean, it's still out there. There's podcasts dedicated to it, to hating on the Orville. But the Orville is becoming its own thing. It's a parody. So it bases each episode on a Star Trek: The Next Generation episode or plot elements from it. I know some people get really hung up on it. It's like, dude, it's parody. That's part of the parody. But it's starting to do its own thing, and it's fun. It's a fun show. And the problem is Star Trek can't be itself. That's what we've been saying. And I'm not the only one saying Star Trek Picard doesn't feel like Star Trek. Most of the critics of the show, that's their main criticism. So, and it's in the dialogue. It's really just in the DNA of the show, the dialogue, the most necessary thing in a show. The writing. But thank you, JC, for the $20. It's a good question. And yeah, you're not throwing stones if you like Enterprise. No shame in liking Enterprise at all.
No.
Yeah. You like Enterprise. That's good. All right. So thank you, everybody. Please subscribe to Doomcock and the Harvey Zone. Please check out Nerdrotic Live. If you like what I do there, please subscribe there or subscribe here. I thank you. We had over 3,000 people watching at one point, and we had over 2,300 watching the entire time. I appreciate the Modrotics. I appreciate you all. Remember, this will be on Doomcock's channel next week. And remember, not all who wander are lost.
Nerdrotic.com